en la ciencia. Dark side, light this bitch up.
Dark side, light this bitch up.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
underway, shall we? Man, I'm in a good mood today. Hope you guys are too. Hope this stream finds you happy, healthy, and well. If you haven't already, hit that like, sub bell, select all, leave a comment down below, leave a comment down. My brain right now. Let me try that again, folks. If you're new to the channel, if you're new to the page, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And check out the Facebook page, keep pounding in all caps, for posts, opinions, polls, and in-game reactions. Alright. Vikings versus Panthers, let's do this. Hey, so I see Michael Smith, I see Sean Brandon, I see Torian, and I see Derek, as well as Josh Hart in my Facebook chat. Welcome on in. Giving you all your shout outs. What's up, man? What's up? How y'all feeling about this week, man? We got a lot of news to take into account here. Let's start with the most important one, CMC. Now, we just heard that he went on the IR. And, I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest with you. Because the article said he's going to be out until week 9. Now, week 9 is the Patriots game, right? So, with the Patriots game, we're going to need all hands on deck. There's no ifs, ands, or buts there. Every time you play New England, you need all hands on deck. So, here's my problem with this. If he gets re-injured again, there's some people talking about this man is just getting some free money. I don't like that. I don't like that mindset because we all know what CMC can do. We all know what this man has given to our team. We all know how he's producing for us. And we know we can't trade this man. He's too valuable. You know, I don't understand this mindset going around where everybody thinks we should move CMC or this is just free money for the man. Nah, man. Injuries happen. Injuries happen. I understand that. That makes sense to me. I'll tell you what free money is. Free money is the contract extension we gave to Trey Boston. Free money is that $920K that we're giving to Sean Chandler to screw up in our backfield every single week and give up a touchdown. That's free money. So to me, like, I don't see where these people are getting this idea that he's getting free money, man. That's a little bit far-fetched for me. I can't. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't jump on that train. As much as y'all want me to, I can't jump on that train. I've been watching CMC do his thing for as long as y'all have, and y'all can't tell me this man's not invaluable to our team. This man is the reason we were able to get 5 wins last year. If he wasn't on our team, we would get 3 at most. So, you know, man, don't come up in everybody's group chats and everything else saying, "Oh, we need to move CMC. We need to do this or that with CMC." No, man. Injuries happen. That being said, now we got an injured punter. Our punter's on the IR. And we got Deontay Brown is hurt too. Hey, what's up with you, Paul? How you doing, man? Appreciate you coming in here. But hey, we got a punter on the IR. We got CMC on the IR. Man, what is it gonna take, man, to escape the injury bug? What is it gonna take? You got all these fans out here screaming, "Oh, they're just getting free money. They're just getting free money because they're on the IR all the time." No, they're not. No, they're not. You saw what CMC did when he came back, and before he went on the IR. So don't even try that attitude up in here, man. I know somebody gonna try it, man. I know somebody is. Everybody come up in these YouTube chats and they're just like, trade this person, trade that person, fire this person. Come on, man. I'll tell you who we should fire is Joe Brady. Joe Brady. Help me understand this. Y'all help me understand this one. We put up 28 points against the Cowboys. Let me look at this. Let me look at some of these scores, man. I want to show y'all something. Hold up. Because this is what confuses me right here. We were averaging 24 points a game up until the Dallas game. Hold up. I'm about to show y'all. Let me get my screen adjusted. There we go. Alright, so we put up 19 points in the Jets game. Okay, yeah, we were just getting adjusted that game. Then we started to open up our offense, and we put up 26 points against the Saints, a struggling Saints team, which is what we should be putting up. We put up 24 against the Houston Texans. We should be putting up 24. We put up 28 points against Dallas. In that, we closed out in the fourth quarter. We got 14 points, something like that, and we came back. But the third quarter was dead. And then we faced a third, 2/3 of what Dallas's defense is. 2/3 of what Dallas's defense is, and we put up 18 points. Help me understand that, folks. Please help me understand that. We did not have CMC when we put up 28 against the Cowboys last week. We did not have CMC when we put up 24 against the Texans. But somehow, without CMC, we put up 18 against the Eagles. Man, I don't know, man. Hold up a sec, man. All right, so We are basically looking at 18 points last week. What in the world happened there? Can I get an explanation, please, Joe Brady? 18 points. Why did it take this man a whole quarter to realize that you could check down to a running back over the middle of the field? Not only that, we got Robbie Anderson complaining to Matt Rule. He went above Joe Brady's head because he knows Joe Brady's not going to do anything. And he said, "Look, man, if I could just do this, if I could just do that, maybe I might be able to get open a little bit more. Maybe if these routes are a little bit better, maybe I could get open a little bit more. You know, there ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Robbie, speak your truth, man. Speak your truth. Joe Brady ain't giving you enough, man. It is what it is. Don't hate the man just because he spoke up. He just got an extension. He cares. This man cares. Otherwise, he wouldn't say nothing. Look, man, don't make this a racial issue. Just don't. Don't tell him to shut up. No, he's right. He's right. Because in the same week, we had the Eagles quarterback complaining about the same thing, saying our playbook is stale. Our play calling is predictable. An Eagles corner said that. An Eagles corner, guys. How long are we going to let this continue? How many more players are we going to let smack talk us like that? How many more times do we have to get Robbie to speak up before y'all listen? Joe Brady's the problem. I mean, it's obvious at this point. I got something else to show y'all, too. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Let me get this display up real quick while I go find this for y'all. Oh, this is really gonna get to y'all. Give me just 1 sec. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay. Now, this week somebody brought to my attention the Eagles safety because we're looking for a new safety, to replace our man back there, Sean Chandler. I think that we need to do that. I honestly do think we need to do that. Nothing against Sean Chandler's character, though. He's a good guy, but we got to do better. We gotta get a better safety, man. I respect you, Sean, but we got to get a better safety, man. Because this ain't gonna this is not gonna work for us. This is not gonna work for us not to do something. Now, I'm trying to see who sent it to me. But what I'm looking up right now is Our offensive line coach's history. This is gonna find. This is gonna be real interesting to y'all. Uh, I don't remember who sent it to me. I might have to Google it again. But I'm gonna find it for y'all. But in the meantime, yeah, let's talk about Devin McCourty. Um, uh, that's kind of a new name for me right now. I also saw where we signed Austin Pleasance to the practice squad. I thought that was a good move. I forgot to post that one. I apologize. It's been a busy week. That's why I'm about an hour late today. You know, it does happen. Life happens, right? Come on. Not much I can really do about that. But but the Zach Ertz trade got my attention too. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google it. I apologize, y'all. Hold up. Um, uh, coach. And I forget which. There it is. Okay. But Devin McCourty. Uh, why do you bring up his name right now? Did we sign him? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Right, right, right. Now I remember. Okay, Tori and me and you were talking about this before off stream. Okay, Devin McCourty. Let, let me bring up his stats real quick, and then I'll cover this offensive line conversation because this is going to get real interesting for y'all. Let me bring these stats on screen so y'all can see them. Okay, put my camera over here. All right, let's go. So, what we're looking at here is you got 859 combined tackles, but you got 200 assisted tackles, which shows me he needs help. You know, there were a number of years where he needed help getting some of these tackles in open field. And when you have to rely on your entire secondary to help you out a good chunk of the time, you're in trouble. He's got 3 career sacks, 29 career interceptions. Now, I'll give you this. He's got an interception per year. Even on his bad years, he at least has one. In 2019, he had 5. 2012, he had 5. And 2010, he had 7 interceptions. Beyond that, not real impressive. Um, he has 2 career touchdowns. Now, what has he done this year? 19 combined tackles, 4 assists, 1 interception. Um, his 40-yard dash time is 4.41. He's about 5'10". I don't know, man. He start. Torian says he started off as a corner and moved to safety. Okay. Okay. When did he move to safety? Okay. He right. That's my question, though. When did he move to safety? Because at this point, I'm only interested in the safety numbers. I'm not interested in the corner numbers. The corner numbers, anybody can put up combined tackles. Anybody can put up an interception a year. You get lucky on a sack if they bring you on a blitz. But typically, that's not your job as a corner. Your job is to cover people. Now, as a safety, that's where you start getting some picks. It was years ago. Okay. I'll give him this. 2010 year, 82 combined tackles, 13 assists, 1 sack, 7 picks. That was a good year. That was a really good year. But, I mean, he hasn't been able to sustain it. He's inconsistent. That's my problem with this. Because I'm starting to see some high numbers up in here, and then some low numbers, and then some high numbers again. It's just up and down, trending like a roller coaster with assists, and I don't like that. When you're dealing with the safety position, you got to be able to make open field tackles. You got to be able to save touchdowns. And if you can't make tackles on this defense, you're not going to last long. Period. Phil Snow does not put up with that. And rightfully so. We want to build a team that can open field tackle. We want to build a team that's aggressive, attacks the ball, and really puts energy into every play. And maybe they get lucky. Maybe they get a pick. If a quarterback underthrows the ball with pressure on them, maybe they get lucky. Once or twice a year. But, your main job is to prevent touchdowns. Not to overshoot the gap, not to give up big coverage plays, and to stop the yards after the catch. Those are our main goals on defense. And if you can't achieve all of those, we don't want you. We don't want you right now. We're not interested, So, to me, there's a little bit of inconsistency there, but I'm giving him his fair shot, though, Torian. I am. Because I think, maybe he could pull it off. You never know. But what would you be willing to trade for him, though? If you were going to trade for him. Is he better than Sean Chandler? Those are the questions you got to ask. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate you bringing him up, though. We are looking for a strong safety right now. So, you're right to bring him up. All right. Offensive line coaching records. As you can see on screen, really interested in 2011, 2015, and beyond. I don't care what happened in 2007 to 2010. I don't care about that. What I care about is this list right here. We got John Matsko from 2011 to 2015, looking at 47 and 32. And what? Y'all remember the tie that we had. Ray Brown comes in 2017, 11 and 5. Huh. Okay. We did well that year. We did pretty well that year. We had a lot of injuries, but we did okay that year. Ooh, excuse the yawns. Been a busy day. And then Pat Meyer comes in 2020 and 2021 and goes 8 and 13. 8 and 13. Now you look at this list and tell me what number does not belong. Look at this list and tell me which number is not like the others. And I ain't saying it's the offensive line coach's fault. You know? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just pointing out facts. You can do with it what you want, management, but I'm just pointing out facts. Now, Joe Brady's the problem. He's clearly the problem. And if he don't get his head out of the sand and put down the Game Boy, put down the Etch a Sketch, put down the Med controller, and your little chalkboard, and actually draw up some plays that work for my man Robbie, hey, we might actually have 28 points again. Plus another 7 if CMC comes back at week 9. Of course, that's going to be cut probably in half because of New England's defense. But hey, you get what you can get against New England. That's the thing, man. If Joe Brady gets his head out of the sand, we're right back where we were. 24 points a game, 28 against the Cowboys. And CMC adds that extra 7 when we're not playing a top 5 defense like New England. The Vikings defense is slightly better than the Eagles last week. So essentially what you're looking at is a repeat of last week minus the special teams issues if we don't get it together on offense. I don't know whether Melvin White's playing or not. That'll play a key factor. Let me check that depth chart. Let me see if he's in. Ugh, I tell y'all, man, I'll just get up and going ever since I get up every day. I'm nonstop. I'm like the Energizer Bunny. Anyway, yeah, I can see why I'm tired all the time. But yeah, we got Robbie going 12 for 27. Half of that is Joe Brady not drawing up good enough plays. But the other half of that is Robbie. If that ball is targeted to you and you're not covered, catch it. Catch it, bro. I seen like at least 3 drops yesterday. Last week's game. Not yesterday. What my brain? Last week, I saw 3 drops. I let one of those go because that was tight coverage. But the other 2, come on, Robbie. Take a seat, man, because you're getting some of this smoke. You're getting some of this smoke right now, too. I ain't just giving it all to Joe. You got to catch some of these balls, bro. I love you. I love you as a player. I love you as a person. But you got to do your part, too. When you're open, call for this ball. Call for that heat. Call for that rock. You know what I'm saying? Make Sam look at you. When you're not open, wave him off. Tell him to go look somewhere else. Tell him to stop staring you down. We don't need to have 7 targets on you every game. We don't need to have 11 targets on you every game. We can spread that ball around. We can spread the wealth. It's okay. The goal here is to get first downs. We got to get touchdowns, bro. Don't be greedy with it. I understand you just got that bag, but don't get greedy with it, man. You talking about, you want the team to win? Well, you got to make a couple sacrifices, man. You got to catch that ball. You got to make us great, man. If you don't ever think you're going to be great, you're not ever going to be great. That's the old saying, man. That's the attitude this team needs to have. If you think you're not ever going to be great, you'll never be great. You'll never get there. You'll never get to the promised land unless you think you're great. Unless you think that you can get there. You got to change that mindset, man. Mind's a powerful thing. Feed it positive thoughts, and it'll take you places, man. That goes beyond football right there. That goes in life. Now, I was looking for, I was looking for Melvin White. Melvin White is on the IR. That's good. That's a good thing. We got, CJ Henderson because of that. Nah, there he is. There he is right there. Rashawn Melvin. This man's still healthy. This man's still healthy. Let's find out. Injury report. Okay, he's not on the injury report. We got Shaq that's out. We got Christian McCaffrey that's out. Okay, we got Kamal Martin that's out with a concussion. Here's my thing, man. How do you get... Okay. Kevin Avery, if you're watching this stream, man, I shout out to you. I gotta give you some love, but I also gotta disagree with you on something. And this is not gonna be the first time I do this either, because I did it earlier this year. But I love you, homie. I love you. And I appreciate you for giving me this info, though. Alright, so... Hold up. Let's see. Let's see. He told me earlier today that the drills done in practice are all fall under the protocol of the CBA. Now, here's my question. What kind of drills are we doing where our punter gets a back injury, Kamal Martin, who has not even played, not even a single down, gets a concussion, CMC re-injures his hamstring during limited practice for 1 day. 1 day. We bring him back for limited practice 1 day. And he gets re-injured again. What kind of practices are we running here where Deontay Brown gets a knee injury during practices? Deontay Brown, who has not even seen a snap either. Y'all want to tell me this is not a pattern? What are we doing during practices that causes these injuries? That's what I want to know. Our punter just went on the IR. He just went on the IR. Now we got to find a new punter because of whatever drills are going on in practices. I mean, what kind of silly nonsense is this? What kind of drills are y'all running? I don't understand this. This is baffling me, ladies and gentlemen. This is straight up baffling me. And I know I'm going to repeat myself on all of these points later on when people get in this chat, but, y'all be patient. Y'all be patient. The people that watch the VOD, be patient. Because y'all going to hear all this again, probably. But what kind of wacky drills cause these type of injuries? And Kevin Avery says all these drills are being looked after, are under the umbrella of the CBA. They're under the protocol of the CBA. Sorry, I didn't mean to misquote you, man. The protocol of the CBA. Are we sure that we don't want to change that CBA league wide, man? Because I'm sure this is not the only team that happens to. And he responds with all speculation until proof comes. Okay, go look for the proof then. I gotta disagree with him on this one, man. Go look at all the injuries that happened during these practices, man. There's tons. What kind of wacky drills are we running? That puts 3 players on IR in practices that have never played a snap. Please explain that one to me. Please explain that one to me, because I'm baffled, folks. How do you get a punter with a back injury put on the IR? What are y'all doing to this man? We got bigger issues than these Philly fans in the bathrooms of Boa. We got bigger issues. Hey, y'all people disrespecting us, man. We'll get to that. But we got bigger issues right now. We got injuries to deal with. We trying to prepare for next week. We ain't worried about that sideshow nonsense. The Eagles always bringing that sideshow nonsense to our stadium, man. Every time we play these guys. I ain't even worried about that, man. That's a distraction. Everybody talking about Robbie Anderson's a distraction. No. These Eagle fans, nothing in our bathrooms is a distraction. That's the distraction right there. Doing adult stuff in our bathroom. Boa. That's a distraction. Why y'all so worried about that? When we got 2 people, we got 3 players out. A punter on the IR. CMC's out till week 9. Oh, God, man. And y'all worried about them Eagles fans. We got bigger problems right now. Don't even talk to me about them Eagles fans right now. I'll deal with them later. I'll tell them to take a seat in a little bit, man. Because I got a whole 20-minute spiel on that, too. I got a whole 20-minute spiel on that, but I ain't gonna waste my time on that since we late. Y'all get some, too. Y'all get some of this smoke, too, man. I'm trying to tell you. Shaq's been dealing with that foot injury. That's not new. That was not caused in practice. That was already there when he took snaps on the field and played on the field. That's not new. That's not what we're talking about. Cam Irving with that neck injury, who finally has 3 days of full practices, is not what we're talking about. Okay? CJ Henderson with a shoulder injury that happened in game is not what we're talking about here. who had 2 limited practices in a full practice on Friday. You know, that's not who we're talking about here. We're talking about Deontay Brown, who has never taken a snap, having a knee injury, and becoming questionable. We're talking about Kamal Martin, who has never taken a snap, and somehow finds himself with a concussion during our practices. We're talking about CMC, who had a long-standing hamstring injury that re-injured it during drills in our practices. And we're talking about Polardi, who had a back injury mysteriously after not even being touched during games. All 4 of these injuries happened during our practices. And you want to talk about speculation until proof comes? We got 4 players. 4 players that got hurt in our practices because of our drills. Speculation. With all due respect, Kevin Avery, speculation is not a thing anymore. That's a pattern. With all due respect on Sean Chandler, after 5 games, when he's still giving up touchdowns, that's not rookie mistakes. That's a pattern. That's a pattern, bro. I love you, bro, but that's a pattern. We got to do something about this. We are a third of the way through the season. And you want to talk about speculation. Okay. People were speculating that we should trade CMC. People were speculating that Robbie Anderson was the problem, while totally ignoring Joe Brady. You know, I don't agree with Twan very often on Big Cat's channel, but I'll say this, man. He's right about this. You cannot hide Joe Brady's inequities anymore. You can't hide them anymore. They have come to the light, and they are biting us. We had all those weapons. You know, he was using CMC too much. He was relying on him too much because he can't come up with his own creative plays. He can't adjust. And when it takes you a whole quarter to come up with a simple running back check down play over the middle that you should have seen in film study way before kickoff, when I noticed it way before kickoff, even just watching the Dallas Eagles game. What are you doing as an offensive coordinator, let alone a head coach? Let alone a head coach. People want him as a head coach. When the man can't even figure out a simple running back check down for an entire third quarter and adjust. And it's like that every game. Every game, folks. Y'all wonder what was going on in the third quarter every game. We finally found a pattern. We figured out it's Joe. We figured out it's Joe, man. He's not adjusting. We get 0 points in third quarters. We keep questioning why. Now we know why. We don't have to wonder anymore. When this man calls a 3rd and 2 draw play with everybody in the box, everybody and the janitor in the box, everybody and the janitor in the box, and y'all call it, and this man calls a draw. Lord help me, Joe. Lord help me with this man. With everybody in the box. I'm sorry. It's come on, man. Counterplay, screenplay, do something. Even just something basic. Get out of that nonsense, man. As soon as you see everybody in the box, change it. And Sam, you ain't getting out of this either, man. You ain't getting out of this either. You're next. You're next, my man. Because I'm about to open a whole bottle on you, too. A whole bottle of smoke on you. All right. But I'm going to finish up with Joe Brady first. 3rd and 2, and you run a draw with everybody in the box. You can't change that. You can't just say, nah. Change up the play before the snap occurs. Let's spread some wide receivers out wide. We had them. We had them in during the play. Send somebody out there, as a basic wideout. Get these people out of the box. Get them distracted. It ain't hard. It's not that difficult, Joe. With all due love, man. With all due love, because I know you're a great person, man. Joe, I know you're a great person. But you can't be doing that and expect it to succeed. You can't be doing stuff like that and expect to win a game. It just doesn't work. It does not work. So Robbie is absolutely valid in his comments. And don't tell him to shut up. Don't tell him to sit down. He's valid. His comments are valid. I'm being real with you. It ain't got nothing to do with race. Nothing at all. And I know people are going to try to bring that into this. No. It ain't got nothing to do with race. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It has to do with what the facts are. And the facts are, this man did not give you proper routes to run. This man did not give you what you needed to succeed. That's on Joe. And I'm going to tell you this, man. When Robbie felt he had to go to Matt Rule and go above Joe Brady's head, that tells you all you need to know right there. That he does not trust Joe to make the proper changes that he needs to make. And it's been proven over and over and over again in games. I know what y'all wanted Joe Brady to be. I know why y'all wanted him here. I understand that. That's not the problem. What we're focused on is what he's doing right now. Week 5 of the NFL. We ain't worried about what he did in LSU. Nobody cares now what he did in LSU. He already built his legacy in college. This is the NFL. This is different. This is step up or you're out of. And Matt, you got to have the spine to fire this man if he keeps doing this garbage. Stop backing him up. Stop covering for him. I'm sick of this, man. This is what Ron Rivera did back in the day. He just kept covering and covering and covering for people. You can only do that for so long. You can only sacrifice people for so long before it's finally your fault. And you get put in the hot seat and you lose your job. So, Matt, I'm asking you, man. I'm asking you. Please, if you need to, find the spine to go look for a new offensive coordinator. Find the spine to do it. Have the guts to do it. Because this cannot continue if you want to keep winning games and stay on track for 10 wins. This cannot continue. And I ain't saying the ceiling has to be 10 wins. I'll say we could go beyond that if you want. If we get an offensive coordinator that gives these guys proper routes that go beyond what Robbie's getting, sure, I can see it. I can see that being raised. We ain't got to stop there. I'm just saying that's the bar I see right now. But right now, we get an offensive coordinator that cannot, for the life of me, this man cannot figure out for an entire quarter that you can check it down to a running back over the middle. It took him an entire quarter during the Dallas game against a trash deep Cowboys defense. And this is making me start to wonder, is the Cowboys defense really as good as they claim? Is it really as good as they claim it is? If Joe is this rough of an offensive coordinator, this is going to make ESPN analyzers nuts. This is the stuff that's going to drive them crazy. It's going to make them pull a 180, and they're going to question why these people have jobs. Which I kind of like that. I kind of like that idea. Because that's kind of funny. Because ESPN has been so certain about all their predictions and everything else. Anyway, man. But we got an offensive coordinator that can't figure out you could check it down in the third quarter, cannot make adjustments in the third quarter. That's why we keep getting goose eggs every single game. Matt Rule is covered for him. And then we got Robbie complaining. We got an Eagles corner complaining that our routes are too predictable. Yes, sir. An Eagles corner complaining that our routes are too predictable and making fun of us for it. Something's got to change. We can't do this. We can't keep doing this. What happened to the team that put up 24 points a game? Okay, that put up 28 against Dallas the week before. No, don't tell Robbie to shut up. He's right. Robbie is absolutely right. I don't blame him for going over Joe's head and going straight to the Matt Rule. I don't blame him. I would have done the same thing. Because Joe ain't going to do nothing. He's not going to change the routes. He's not going to adjust. He don't know how. Okay, he don't know how. It's the NFL. This ain't college anymore. Where you just keep getting away with the same crap. And somehow, miraculously, win a game. By a big margin. Because the other team's defense is that trash. This isn't college anymore. Now, you might get away with that against somebody like maybe Tennessee, back in the day when Tennessee was awful. Maybe you get away with that against Arkansas. Arkansas was terrible. All these trash SEC teams. But then when you play teams like Alabama, when you play teams like Clemson, when you're in college, you might get away with that a few times a game. And still somehow succeed. But this ain't college no more. You get up to the NFL, you ain't getting away with it at all. You get away with it 0 times. And that's exactly what you put up. When you don't make adjustments, you get a 0 in the score column. And guess what? Defenses stay on the field for 10 minutes a quarter. 10 minutes of every third quarter. And people want to... And Matt Rule wants to come out here. Matt's getting some of this smoke too, man. Come on, man. Matt's getting some of this smoke too. Matt, you getting some of this tough love too, man. Don't blame the defense. Don't blame the defense. Don't blame that defense. Don't blame that defense that kept us in that game and held the Eagles to 21 points. Well, we know we could have gotten more than 21 if Joe Brady wasn't putting his head in the sand. We know. We all know this. We just put up 28 points last week. We put up 24 points a game before that. Don't tell me it's the defense's fault. The Eagles have been putting up 21 points a game every week, regardless of who they play. You can go look up the scores and find that out yourself. Don't blame our defense. They were rocking and rolling and doing everything they could. But eventually, they get fatigued. It happens when they stay on the field for way too long. You can't blame the defense for that. Okay, oh my God. I don't even have a proper reference for this one. I don't even have a proper reference. You can't blame a defense for being fatigued and not getting it done. They were not what lost this game. Okay? The special teams were not even what lost this game. They were not even what lost this game. I'm surprised I got to spend the first hour and a half on this. But this coaching staff has got to wake up. Not Phil Snow. Phil Snow's been doing great. I love Phil Snow right now. You know, I would give that man a bear hug right now. And I would say thank you for doing what you're doing right now for this team. Nah, he ain't getting none of this smoke right now. None of it. He don't deserve any of it. The rest of y'all, though, y'all getting the smoke. And even Robbie, to a small degree, is getting the smoke. Because when you're open, you got to catch that ball. You got to catch that ball. That's what we're paying you to do. That's why we gave you an extension, bro. We need to give you an extension just to stand out there and complain. That ain't what we asked you to do. But you can't get mad at Robbie for saying something about his routes not being good. You can't get mad at him for that. Nah. That's like calling fire dangerous. You can't. Come on. Fire's dangerous. Don't play with it. Don't play with it, bro. You're saying that CMC needs to be traded or cut or released because he's been injured. Injuries happen, bro. Injuries happen. We've been just fine without CMC. We've been even better with it. We know what this man can do. You know, he ain't just here to get a bag. This isn't the New York Jets. Okay? That's where people go to get a bag. This is not the New York Jets. CMC, every time you put this man on the field, he is going to produce for you. Every time. I don't care how many snaps you give this man. He will never complain about the amount of snaps that you give him. He will never tell you to tone it down, even though we do need to. Because Joe Brady's too reliant on him. Because he can't draw. He's too busy on his little etch-a-sketch trying to figure out, maybe we'll do a hook route. Maybe we'll do a little easy Madden play here or there. You know, just the most basic stuff on the rookie mode. Yeah, y'all can't even get mad. Y'all can't even get mad over that, man. I do not know. Everybody want to jump on that trade CMC train, and no, I can't jump on that train. I can't do it. I can't do it. He's too valuable. He is way too valuable. So, we go round and round and round here with injuries. The injury carousel. We got 4 players injured because of practices. Not even on the field, practices. 2 of them haven't even seen a single snap. I don't understand that one. Y'all help me understand how a punter gets a back injury during a training camp, during a practice. Strained backs, maybe. But a back injury that puts him on the IR? There's something funky going on in our practices with these drills. And I didn't even see this pattern till now. Now I'm starting to see it. You know how many players we had injured during practices in the last 5 years? That would be interesting to find out. Anybody want to go and research that and let me know? Either on stream or during the week, let me know, man. I'm interested in that. I'm highly interested in that. We're way past the point of speculation. This is a problem. We got depth players getting hurt. That's a problem. We got to get through an 18-game season plus playoffs if we get lucky enough to get there. After 10 wins, if we get there. And that's without CMC for a good chunk of it. With an offensive coordinator that doesn't know how to adjust. But y'all gonna tell me this is just speculation on how many players get injured during these practices. I think it's time we change that. I think it's time. This is not the only team that this happens to either. It's time to start adjusting it. That's on Robert Kraft and the owners to vote on that. Because it falls under the protocol of the CBA. According to Kevin Avery. They need to change that. They need to work on that, man. Adjust it. I have no problem with it being under the protocol of the CBA. But y'all need to adjust it. Because there's something funky here. Because it's highly affecting us every year. And we've had to make transaction after transaction. Let's listen to ESPN.
Carolina, 2 more.
Panthers wideout DJ Moore is off to a hot start this season. He leads the team in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. He has more receiving yards than the next 3 leading wide receivers combined, but his success is nothing new. Moore has the 5th most receiving yards in the NFL since 2019.
DJ,
in Week 6, he
go get that bread.
Cornerback Patrick Peterson, who is allowing a 122.3 passer rating when targeted in coverage this season, according to PFF. When the two met in 2020, Moore had 1 target, 1 reception, and just 12 yards against Peterson in coverage. Can Moore bounce back this season with a dominant performance?
Blitz coming against
those numbers don't sound great, do they?
Get home. Brian Burns adds another.
Brian Burns has made his presence known this season. According to Next
He
Gen
was quiet
Stats,
last
Burns
game.
has the 10th highest pressure rate among defensive linemen. He also has the 7th most sacks among defensive linemen since 2019 and 3 sacks so far this season.
He was
in Week
quiet
6,
last game,
he will
though.
face Viking quarterback Kirk Cousins, who ranks in the top 10 in completion percentage, even though he has been pressured at the 6th highest rate in the NFL. Can Burns disrupt Cousins in Week 6?
Can he? Can he, though? We'll see. I mean, I'm not saying that Brian Burns is anything less than what he is right now, but he was kind of quiet last week. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, this is getting a little bit ridiculous, man. Yeah, I think we go get into this Vikings injury report in a little bit, but first I want to focus on us. I want to focus on us before this break. Because right now we got serious problems of our own. Before we even face this team, we got to address them. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you, Torian, for sending me that through private chat. By the way, you know, we gonna get to it. We gonna get to it. I ain't even got to the games yet. I haven't even got to the depth chart of the Vikings yet. I haven't even looked at it yet. Because we're too busy trying to fix our own problems. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to spend this last 4 minutes talking about the Eagles fans, too. All right. So, flashback to 2015. Before I do that, let's finish the video real quick.
Darnold's going to keep and get it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Let's finish the video.
Sam Darnold has been performing at his best in Carolina. He has the most passing yards per game, total touchdowns, and highest passer rating of his career through his first 5 games of a season.
Okay, so how did he do that? This was before they started blitzing us. Guess what? We didn't have any offensive line problems before that. We had cracks. Sure. I expected us to have cracks. But, you know, we got to put the blame game where it belongs. You know what I'm saying? We got to put it where it belongs. And it's on everybody but Phil Snow right now. Everybody but Phil Snow is getting some.
On Sunday, he will face Vikings defensive end Danielle Hunter, who has 6
Sam
sacks
can't do that
already,
when he's throwing.
tied for 4th most in the NFL. He has 1 or more sacks in 4 of the 5 games he's played.
Sam can't do that when he's facing a man like this. Okay? Get a clue. Get a clue, Joe Brady. How do you expect Sam to be Sam Darnold when he's getting blitzed every single down? You know what I mean? They are bringing the hounds on these blitzes. You still expect Sam to be Sam through all that? Matt, you expect Sam to just go out there and play and just be Sam. He can't be Sam when he's getting blitzed every time. Go talk to Joe Brady. Go in his office and say, we gotta have a chat. This cannot continue. Okay, this cannot continue. We gotta have some way out of these blitzes. We gotta have some way, some check down pass, something. Give us something. You know, Sam can't sit back there under that kind of heat and expect to succeed. I don't know what y'all thinking, man. I don't know what y'all thinking right now. This man's got tied for 4th for the most sacks in the league. Thank God we got Cam Irvin back. I don't even know if he can do anything about it. We'll see.
Darnold's completion percentage this season has dropped under pressure.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this right here? I'm going to leave this up on the screen for just a second. Darnold with no pressure, 68.4 completion percentage. Oh, but Sam's not a good quarterback. All the naysayers of Sam Darnold say this man is not a good quarterback. But they come alive. This number is what adds fuel to the fire. Darnold with pressure, 58.0 completion percentage under pressure. That's what they're basing all their arguments on. You can't do that. Okay, it does not hold water. That duck does not hold water. That's a whole 10.4% dropped when under pressure. Now I wonder whose fault that is. Should we take a guess? When we're trying to force feed Robbie Anderson, and we know that's not going to work. Look at the targets versus catches. When we don't have a check down pass, so he throws it away. Or when CMC's in there, we rely on CMC. And that's dangerous. You see where that got us. 2 years worth of injuries for this man, where he's been out for most of the season. Oh no, but it can't be Golden Boy Joe Brady's fault. No, it can't be Joe Brady's fault. No, he's just gonna escape into the sunset with no blame. I don't think so. I don't think so. A whole 10.4%. Keep protecting him, Matt. You're going to be put on the hot seat real soon. Now, I don't want to see that happen because you're an excellent coach. And Phil Snow will go elsewhere. I promise you, he'll go to a different team and he will succeed there too. Don't think he won't. He's putting up with this for right now. He's putting up with the fact that we don't have an offensive coordinator. He's hoping that we fix the problem. But if it ain't fixed within 2 or 3 years, I don't blame him for leaving and going somewhere else. Shoot, I would too. Nobody wants to spend their career trying to work around that. We got a top 10 defense. For what? We can't even put points up on the board to help them out. For what? What's the point? We spent all that offseason building up this defense. For what? If our offense can't get it together.
Demonstrate poise in the pocket in week 6.
For what?
Darnold racing away, firing, and it's caught for the touchdown to Moore.
You see what happens when this man is not pressured? You see what happens? That's what happens. Let me run that back.
Demonstrate poise in the pocket in week 6.
Darnold racing away, firing, and it's caught.
That's what happens. That right there. That's the result. When this man's got check down options, and when this man's got options to throw to, and he's not under heat, that's what happens. Sam Darnold's a very, very good quarterback. He ain't great, but he's very, very good. And he's good enough to take us to the playoffs every year if we can build a team around him. And Scott's been doing his part. You can't blame Scott. You can't blame Matt Rule. Matt Rule's been coaching what he's got. You can't blame Phil Snow. He's been coaching what he's got. And he's been doing a great job with it. Everybody else, though, y'all getting that heat. Chuba Hubbard's been putting in the time, man, this year. You can't blame him either. I expected us to lose by like 6 or 8 points to the Cowboys. I expected that. Because that told us exactly where we are. You know, we got a couple of things to improve on, no big deal. But we took 3 steps backwards with Joe Brady last week. The special teams, I don't even know what happened there. I'm going to let y'all figure it out. Management, that's your problem. Y'all figure that one out. But the rest of it, we can figure out easy. It ain't rocket science. It's Joe Brady. And we're going to watch another presser from this man later on, too. We are. There's another one up. I want to watch it before I get off stream tonight. We're going to do this. We're going to do this in a little bit. Anyway, I just wanted to finish that video, man. Now, one last thing. Philly fans. Backtrack to 2015. I was lucky I was sitting next to some decent Eagles fans. There's some decent ones out there. Don't get me wrong. There's some decent ones out there. But the ones doing this stuff last week, y'all the ones giving Eagles fans a bad name. The ones that trashed Philadelphia when y'all won the Super Bowl, those are the ones giving Eagles fans a bad name. Y'all always wanting to treat our players, our fans, our stadium with disrespect. That's what y'all like to do. And I'm going to tell y'all. Just like them cops were sitting outside of that bathroom stall just waiting on you. They were just waiting on you. They were waiting on you to get done with your business. Everybody had their cameras out. We all know you up to some shady stuff, man. We all know you are. Every time y'all come into the stadium, y'all be shouting stuff. Y'all be trash talking us. Like, I'm talking like adult trash talking. I ain't talking about just trash talking. I do regular trash talking. These people will have the adult trash talking. I mean, they get drunk, they come in here, and they adult trash talk. That's what they do. And they treat everybody with disrespect. And then y'all want some respect from us? And even one of their players disrespected us. And we can't even defend ourselves. Because he's right. The player's right. He was polite about it too. But he was right. How many more times are we going to let this happen in our stadium? How many more times? I'm sick of this, bro. And I know y'all are too. Something's got to change. You know how we change that? By winning. I'm going to take a break. When I get back, we're going to get into this Vikings part of the stream.
Betty is saving big.
We're going to get into
Amazon.
We're going to get into this depth chart. And then it's going to be hot from there. I'll see y'all in about 10 minutes, man.
light this bitch up.
Uber Eats is loaded up with your favorites, so what's your number one? Is it a double bacon cheeseburger or mahi-mahi tacos? All the foods you crave from the restaurants you love, all in one place. Tonight I'll be eating with Uber Eats. Order now. See Uber Eats app for availability.
You talking to me?
talking to me.
All right, we are back. Okay, folks. Let's I'm gonna say one more thing before we start getting into this Vikings part of this. If you're one of those people that wants us to trade CMC, where's your loyalty? Where's your love? Where's your respect for this man? If you're one of the people that thinks that Robbie Anderson is the problem, look further. Get your head out of the sand. Stop blaming a man that has 12 catches for 27 yards. If you think that the defense is the problem, I don't even know what to tell y'all, man. Because y'all are the ones that come into these chats and are just like, y'all come into these other people's chats and you're like, hey, let's go blame this person. Let's go blame this one just because we got to have a scapegoat. You know, there's a time and a place for scapegoats. There's a time and a place for scapegoats, but you got to put the scapegoat, the correct scapegoat, in the heat. You gotta focus your attention towards the people that are actually the problem. Not use a scapegoat to solve your problems. Not cover up for the man that's causing the problems. You know, if there is a streamer out there that does not believe that Joe Brady is the problem, you're not doing your homework. Either that or you don't know this team as well as you think you do. That's all I'm going to say, man. Respect all the streamers that do what you do, man. Because I got love for all of y'all, man. But there's a few of you out there that just do not do your homework well enough. I just got to say that, man. There's a few out there that don't. But I got love for y'all anyway. I got respect for y'all anyway. It takes spine, it takes guts to do what we do. You know? And it takes even more guts to do it for free. Like I'm doing it. You know, and the C3, I think, is doing it for free as well. Don't y'all take donations? I think y'all take donations. But for the channels that don't take donations, man, and do all this stuff for free, salute to you. Because that takes spine, bro. It takes a real spine to do what we're doing. I understand some of these people have to pay their bills. You know, they gotta live their lives. You know, they gotta do. You know, you gotta make money. I respect it. I respect the hustle, man. I respect the grind. But it takes a lot more spine just to do it for free. Just out of the love of this team and what we're doing. But all I'm asking is for you to dig a little bit further with this team, man. Dig a little further. You know, it ain't Robbie's fault, man. It's not totally Robbie's fault that he's 12 for 27. Part of that blame goes on Sims. A good chunk of that blame goes to Joe Brady. It's not CMC's fault that he's hurt all the time. Most of that blame goes to Joe Brady. Some of that blame goes to the players that injured CMC both years because of how many times we throw him out there. It's not the defense's fault. We can't get points on the board. Quit blaming the wrong people. Like, our subs and our followers don't blame the wrong people. Y'all are realistic with it. And I appreciate it, man. Y'all are real with it. Y'all are the real ones. And that's what I built my subscriber base around, man. Because I love y'all. We're a family. We're real. We're straight up. And we just tell it like it is, man. Never be afraid to go out on social media and tell these people stop blaming the wrong people, because that's exactly what they need to stop doing. Tell them like it is. If you believe your opinion is correct, go out there and tell them like it is. Have some backbone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I do. And just laugh it off. When these people, laugh at you and ignore your comments, just be like, y'all don't mean nothing to me. Y'all just another hater Panther fan. That's all it is. Yeah, y'all just these people that laugh at us, man, that think we're a joke. When we're being real, we're being completely serious, and we actually know what's going on with this team. Y'all keep laughing, man. Keep laughing, because y'all just some haters, man. Y'all just the typical Panthers haters, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of dealing with y'all, man. But half this fan base, bro, I'm trying to tell you, is exactly like that. And the rest of us that are actually serious, that understand this team, are just like, man, we're sick of this, man. We ain't trying to blame the wrong people. We're trying to blame the right people. We're trying to come out here and let y'all know this is what's going on. And there was a good chunk of the time during 2016, 2020 where that side of the fan base won over as far as opinions go. Dude. It was that close. I was like, it's typically 50-50, but they took over for a little bit. And they said, okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna let them do their thing. We're gonna be real. We're gonna be sitting here in the background, just doing our thing. You're gonna see who pops up with the truth. Who's gonna end up right at the end of the day. That's what's gonna happen. Y'all do your thing. We gonna come out here. We gonna spread the truth. That's what we do. All right. So that being said, stop blaming the wrong people. Our followers know. Our subs know, man. Yo, shout out to Lock Poppy, who subbed about 9 days ago. Subbed to about shout out to Gerald Johnson, who's subbed about a month ago. Shout out to Instant Ambience, who subbed about 2 months ago. Those are the only ones on my mini feed right now. I ain't got the full list, but if you sub, you know who you are, and I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Y'all the real ones, man. Y'all sticking around, y'all hanging out with us, man. I appreciate it. If you've been here since the first year that we've been doing this stuff as a channel. You know, I appreciate you so much, man. The OG fans, you know. And this channel's gonna keep doing what we're doing every year, man. It's what we do. We will keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna keep building subs, we're gonna keep building viewers, and we're gonna keep building this family, and that makes me happy. It makes all of us happy, man, because at the end of the day, we're all together, and, you know, we're one Panthers family. We keep pounding together. You know, it doesn't matter what goes on with this team. We still stick by them. We got heart. We got loyalty. We got love. That's who we are. Man, give me 1 second. Then I'm going to get into this. All right, so let's talk about Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins. Let's see how well he's doing this year. There we go. Get the chat on the screen as well. All right. So let's see how he's doing. 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, 1,396 yards, 103.7 rating. Yeah, through 5 games. Alright, so he went 36 for 49 in the first game. The fact that he got off 49 passes is impressive to begin with. I don't know how he did that. They must have completely shut down the running game. And they lost 24-27 to the Bengals. Now, granted, the Bengals have been the biggest surprise this year. They have come out of nowhere, and they have become the biggest surprise this year. We're going to talk about some of those scores and what they mean in a little bit. But right now, we're just focused on the Vikings. We're going to cover them first. I meant to cover all the scores last stream, and I didn't get to it, and I apologize for that. But we're going to get to it tonight. Or this evening, depending on where you're watching this stream from. To all the people in the Midwest, shout out to all the people in California that check out my stream. Appreciate y'all, man. Out in the West Coast, wherever you might be in the U.S., wherever you might be overseas, you know, outside of the U.S. I appreciate all of y'all, man. All of y'all are family to me, man. And all the people outside of the U.S. that are checking out the VOD of this, man, I love y'all, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing love to this channel, man. Thank you. That's what's up, man. Hey, when you got people like that are real, that are legit, man, I'm always going to be real with you. Every time I get on stream, man, you know, if I'm having a bad day, y'all know it. If I'm having a sad day, you'll know it. If I'm depressed, you'll know it. You know? I don't hide nothing. I don't hide nothing from y'all, man. And that's the thing, man. Even if I'm Even if I'm unmotivated, I'm still gonna come on camera. I'm still gonna do something, man. The only time you'll ever see me not come on camera when I'm scheduled to come on here is either I'm late or I'm sick. That's the only two times, man. That's the only two things that slow me down. But I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna be real with you, man, every time. That's just who I am. I don't feel that pressure that all these other streamers feel, man. You know, I just come on camera and I'm just comfortable with it, man. I'm comfortable with it. And I know a lot of people can't do that. But I come out here and I'm just like, man, you know, this is the way it is. This is how it is. You know? And, you know, streamers gotta have some love too, man. Streamers gotta have some love too. We're all people, man. We're human beings. At the end of the day, people are gonna look at us like celebrities, like football players, like musicians, like all that other stuff, man. We're just humans. We're just human. That's why I'm real with y'all, man. Life happens. I'm an hour late. It happens. You know? I can't control some stuff, man. You know, I can't control it. If I'm dealing with anxiety or depression or something like that, you know, I can't deal with it. I can't. I'm not gonna hide that from you, cause y'all know me, man. Y'all, I'm here real with y'all, and I hope a lot of people appreciate that, cause I appreciate that in other streamers. You know what I'm saying? Anyone that's real like that, man. You know, I don't come out here with a fake smile, man. So if y'all ever need help, man, if y'all ever need it, my DMs and my PMs are open on both Instagram and Facebook. Just come let me know, man. You know, I'm Shadow Warrior 645 on Instagram with one W. That's my gamer tag. That's how it is. Y'all already know my Facebook page. I've already shown you all that. This is who I am. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. This is who I am. If y'all need me, man. If y'all feel like you need me, hit me up, man. Anytime, day or night, I will reply to you as soon as I am able. I'm for real. And y'all see, I always check my DMs. I always check my PMs, man. That's just who I am. So if you're dealing with some stuff, man, don't be afraid to reach out. Don't be afraid to ask for help. I'm using this platform, you know, for people that need it. That's what I'm here for. And I'm doing it for free. You know, I ain't asking for a dime. This channel is run for free, completely by free. Completely for free. I would never solicit money from any of y'all. Ever. 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 That's just not how I do things. I like to earn my money. I like to work for my money. I don't play that game, man. But if y'all need it, man, reach out. For real. Alright, let's get back into this. 22 for 32, Kirk Cousins against the Cardinals. Now, the Cardinals just made that trade for Zach Ertz. This is before the Cardinals got Zach Ertz. You know, Captain Kirk here was able to get off 32 passes and 244 yards. We dealing with Captain Kirk from Star Trek here, man. Beam me up. Beam me up, Scotty. But you know, he beamed up 30 catches for 38 yards and 320 yards against the Seahawks. And 3 touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns against the Cards. 2 touchdowns against the Bengals. And that's despite being sacked once a game. At least. That's despite that. This man is not afraid of pressure, clearly. But the Browns figured him out. They lost to the Browns 7-14. Which means that Vikings defense again stood up. That's when they really started to stand up against the Seahawks. That was when it began. Then you're dealing with the Browns, where they only gave up 14 points. Then they played the Lions and only gave up 17 points. You see where this is going? I'm feeling we're going to get 17 to 20 points, somewhere around that range, because of Joe Brady. Joe Brady being Joe Brady. Because we ain't about to adjust. Everybody knows that. And this man still got off 38 passes against the Browns, 34 passes against the Lions. I ain't saying this man's spectacular. Because he only had 25 catches for 34 against the Lions. He had 20 for 38 against the Browns. He's not spectacular, folks. He's not bulletproof. We can take him. You know. So, D-line, be awake, man. Be awake. Y'all can handle this, man. Handle your business. He only got over 300 yards 2 times in the last 5 games. That's it. That's it. You know, he ain't gonna get a bunch of yards for you. But he will, take care of business, though. And this is not, week 1, we all thought the Bengals, this was the same Bengals team that gives up a ton of yards, But wait a minute. They found an offense. And they won 27-24. And I'm sitting there like, huh. Well, ain't that something? Despite Captain Kirk here putting up 351 yards and 2 touchdowns and getting sacked 3 times. Despite that. Yeah, I think the Bengals ain't for real, man. Come on. Captain Kirk put up 323 yards against the Seahawks. 3 touchdowns. Still got sacked once. I mean, that's without pressure. So we dealing with a trash Lions team, and he only puts up 275 yards and 1 touchdown, 2 sacks. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled into thinking that's all this man can do. Don't be fooled. But he ain't bulletproof. Go hit him. Go hit him, defense. You know? That rating right there, that's what he's capable of. 10 touchdowns, 103.7. That's what he's capable of. This man ain't a joke. But he ain't bulletproof. He does take sacks. Alright, so. You got Justin Jefferson. Obviously, Dalvin Cook is the most dangerous man in this entire offense. I want Dante on him. Dalvin Cook, you're dealing with 5'10", 210. Been in the league 5 years. He has 51 carries, 226 yards, 4.4 average, and 1 touchdown so far. And he's still not even fully getting used. He didn't get used against the Seahawks. He didn't get used against the Lions. He'll probably get put in this game. I got a feeling, man. I got a feeling about this one. And as you can see, this man has not been hurt. 4 games started. 10 games started out of 11. 14 for 14, 14 for 14, 3 for 3 so far. You know, he doesn't play every game. But once he gets put in, he's a dangerous firecracker. You got to watch him. Last game he was in, he had 9 carries for 34 yards, 3.8. 2 receptions, 10 yards. You know, you ain't got to worry about him reception-wise. Unless he just starts popping off. Then you got to worry about it. But he can pop off at any time. And here's the proof. 6 catches for 43 yards. And he ran for another 9 after that. Yeah, 7.2 average. 8.5 average. This man could pop off at any time. Even with just 2 or 3 catches, man. You got to be careful. You got to contain him. You got to keep him caged, man. He'll hurt you if you don't. But if we just focused on him just rushing game, that's where we got a problem. Because he's going to turn it up on receiving. If you focus on just his receiving and chop off his receiving, he's going to burn you with running. Because, I mean, look at this. 22 carries for 131 yards. Yeah, he doesn't have touchdowns. He only has that 1 touchdown against the Bengals. But he could pop off at any time. So, so let's talk about Adam Tile. Adam Tile. Let me know if I'm pronouncing this wrong. I think I got it right, though. Oh, I like that picture. AJ Terrell, though. AJ Terrell. He still caught that ball, I believe, too. But Adam, 8 years experience, 200 pounds, 6'2", from Minnesota State. And it's always these small colleges you find these like wide receivers and these corners and players like that, man, that just pop up out of nowhere, out of these small college towns, and then they start popping off in the NFL. You just never know. You know, 26 catches, 267 yards, 10.3 average, and 4 touchdowns. This is what he's done so far this year. Now, first 2 games, he averaged 6 catches. Weeks 2 and 3, he averaged 6 catches. My bad. First game against the Bengals, he popped off 9 catches, 2 touchdowns. I mean, he popped off, man. Popped off. Everybody was looking at him in fantasy and just going, "Are you kidding me? Where did this come from?" You know, because he ain't known for that. He's known for these 6 catches for 39 and 1 touchdown, you know, type games. That's just who he is. 6 catches, 50 yards, and a touchdown. You know, something like that. Yeah, he has a minimal impact, but they do get him the ball. And that's kind of evidence through his numbers. You know, he did have those 2 good years in 17 and 18, where he did pop off and he got like 9 touchdowns that year. And then last year he had 14 touchdowns. You know, a great year. But he's inconsistent. As you can see, like 2019 he only played like 10 games. 6 touchdowns. 418 yards. And then we look back up here at 2016. He had 10 games that he started out of 16. And it wasn't exactly the greatest year for him, but he did good, you know. But you'll notice he's got 7 career fumbles. 7 fumbles. He lost 4 of them. He loses 1 every year. At least since 2016. But for some reason, 19 and 20 columns are blank. Interesting. Just something I noticed, man. But I just want to give this man a little bit of props, man. He hosted that day-long foundation for the flagship station, you know, for the COVID Relief Fund. Shout out to him for that. Respect to him for it. Raised $280,000 during 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. marathon. Had teammates, guests calling in, and everything else, man. Shout out to him, man. That's what's up. Shout out to him. Some things are bigger than football, man. I appreciate that right there. I respect that. You know, when you do stuff like that, you deserve to get some notice, man. And most of these players do this stuff like off the field, and they don't get any attention or respect for it. You know, I like to call these players out, man, for this stuff, man. I like to give them their due love and their due respect for this stuff, man, because some things are bigger than football, and they deserve that love and respect for that, man. You know, and they like to do it quietly because they don't want to get put in the press. You know, they don't want the attention. I don't blame them. I don't blame them, man. But when a small streamer like me shouts them out, I'm sure they appreciate that. You know, whether it be players on our team or players on a different team, I'm sure they all appreciate it, man. So shout out to you, Adam. I like you, dude. Anybody that does stuff like that, I like you. I like you as a person. And I respect you as a person. I respect what you do off the football field. So thank you so much for doing that stuff, man. That's what's up. Oh. All right. So we're going back into this depth chart. I think the biggest weakness we got right here, we got one right tackle, we got one left guard here. That's interesting. And what I want to see is that injury report. Let's see what's going on with that injury report. On offense. We'll look at the defensive players in a minute, but I want to see the offensive players. That's a good long list right there. So we got a tight end that's out. We got a running back that did not practice, limited practice, full practice. Tyson himself, or Tylen, had that foot injury, did not practice, limited practice. We probably won't see Adam out there. I got a feeling we're not going to see Adam. And that's a major weapon for Minnesota when he's out there. So Justin Jefferson, typically he's asked to step up as well. Ankle injury, did not practice, limited. So we may not see him either. And then Smith Marset with that toe injury, limited practice, 2 days of full. We'll probably see him. Moving on down, fullback, limited practice for the fullback. So they're going to be relying heavily on Dalvin Cook out there to fulfill the running back role and the fullback role. Is what's going to happen. Both of those responsibilities. He has an ankle injury, limited practice, 2 full practices, so we'll definitely see him. But don't be going for his ankle trying to get an injury because that's just wrong. Just get him down. Just get him down. If you happen to knock him out of the game, that's helpful, but, don't be trying to cause injuries. That's all I'm saying. I ain't putting all these injuries out for people to try to get, come on, man. That's not how I do things. I'm just pointing them out so y'all are aware of them. So y'all are well versed on what we're dealing with. All right, so let's take a look at that Vikings defensive depth chart. Now, this is where we're going to get heavily into this. They got Stephen Weatherly. And there was a lot of talk about Patrick Peterson. So let's start with him. Patrick Peterson is 6'1", 198, 11 years in the league from LSU. 6 solo tackles. This year, so far, he had 2 pass deflections against the Lions, which is not hard to do. You know, come on. Lions are trash. I'm just telling you like it is. Lions are trash. If there's any Lions fans that watch this channel, man, y'all already know I'm telling the truth. Change your management. That's my suggestion to you. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere. Best of luck with that, though. Because they are dug into those trenches. I don't even think they're going to change the management anytime soon. But let's go, though. So this man had one solo tackle against the Bengals, 1 out of 2 against the Cardinals, 1 out of 2 against the Seahawks, 2 out of 2 against the Browns, 1 out of 3 against the Lions. I mean, yeah. He can tackle. He can solo tackle. And that's evidenced by his previous numbers. Look at these. So far, 6 out of 10. But I mean, typically you're looking at 51 for 60, you're looking at 45 for 52, you're looking at 42 for 51, 30 for 34, 44 for 50. You know, you're looking at an open field tackle over here. Look at these numbers. You know, and in 2015, he had all 15 of his own 35 of his own tackles, man. He didn't have any help. No assists. He said, I'm going to take care of this on my own. And I'm going to get a forced fumble. And 2 picks. I can respect that right there. That man said, I don't need no help. Can I get this stuff done? Yeah. Your teammates are going to respect the heck out of that in your locker room. I'll tell you that much. You know, if they see you could do this stuff on your own, they're going to want to help you out. They're going to want to help you out in a situation where you need it. You show you can handle your own business, they're going to come up and help, man. Look at this. 6 assists in the next year. 44 for 50. Even then, taking care of his own business in open field. 3 picks. I mean, we're looking at a man that's got at least 2 picks a year. Average. The only time he did was 17. And that year, he had a fumble recovery. And he was more focused on just trying to get it, hone in his technical skills. But if you see there's 3 picks right here, that's not a good sign. That means this man's getting better. He's getting better and he's not slowing down. He's still going. So look at this. 441 solo open field tackles out of 497. That's the numbers you want to look for in a corner right there. Open field tackling. with as few assists as possible. That shows you can handle your own business. You want about 5 to 10 sacks. Yeah, he's just below the average on the sack counts, but he's gotten 1 per year. Just depends on how they use him. But the focus is going to be on picks. He's got 28 picks for his career. He's had 2 forced fumbles in his career, 3 fumble recoveries. So watch for him. If you see a Panthers fumble, watch for this dude, man. He's going to come in there and try to grab that ball. He's going to try to get one this year. He don't have one yet. Now, Breeland. If you've been paying attention to Bashaud Breeland, he was with the Steelers for a good number of years. And nobody really noticed him until that most recent Steelers Super Bowl. No one was really paying much attention to him. But he's 5'11", 195, 8 years in the league. No, he was with the Chiefs, that's right. It was the Chiefs. No one was paying attention to this man until he started doing some work with the Chiefs. This man's from Clemson. And I know him well. So, I think there's a few situations where you can take advantage of him, coverage-wise. But he does make open field tackles. That's the thing. As evidenced by his numbers. 295 for 379 career. With 81 assists. And there were a couple of years where he did need some assists. He did need some help. 15 with the Redskins, he needed some help. He got 22 assists there. There's 2017 where he got 13 assists. There was 2019 where he got 11. 2016 he got 11. He's getting the help he needs. There's no question about that. He's already got 6 assists already. 17 for 23 this year. He does have a forced fumble. Now, early on in his career, he was known for forcing some fumbles. But now, you might get lucky, you might get one out of it. I wouldn't really worry about that with him. I wouldn't worry about interceptions with him. You got 14 career interceptions, 2 per year. Not really an interception threat. He's not really a ball hawk, per se. You don't have to worry about him on sacks, on blitzes, because he doesn't usually come through. But, one thing I will say about him, though, is he stayed healthy. He played 93 total games out of 99. So, they use him. He's still healthy. He's got 17 total tackles this year, 1 forced fumble. Breeland isn't really a corner you should be afraid of. It's the other one you should be afraid of. Now, I'm not saying we should go after him, and target that side of the field, but necessarily. But there are going to be some circumstances where you can get some passes in on him, coverage-wise, depending on what the Vikings defensive coordinator decides to run, coverage-wise, and how they plan on using it. And I haven't really scouted that too much with the Vikings yet. So I don't know for sure what packages are good to try to target him on and which ones are not. But I am very familiar with Rashad Breeland because I am a Clemson fan. Of course, I've been watching him for years. I keep up with my Clemson brethren. So, they're family to me. So, of course, I pay attention to every one of them that goes into the NFL. But Patrick Peterson's the one you got to watch out for, man. This dude handles his business out there. He typically doesn't need that much help in open fields. Watch out for him. McKenzie, I'm familiar with Mackenzie Alexander as well. That's the name that stands out to me. 6 years in the league. He's 5'10", 192. You're not going to see much of him, but they do occasionally throw him in. He had 2 tackles against the Lions. He had 3 tackles against the Cardinals. They're using him as kind of a nickel a little bit, if you want to call it that. But don't expect him to do too much. But can this man make open field tackles? 117 for his career out of 156. So yes, the answer is yes. The Vikings mainly used him in 18 and 19 when they had that defensive coordinator for sack purposes. He's got 3 picks. So eventually he's going to catch a pick. I don't think it's going to happen against us. But eventually he will. We don't have to worry about him forcing fumbles either. That's not really his job. So, but again, Mackenzie Alexander is from Clemson. So that's another Clemson brethren right there in Minnesota. Good for them, man. That's smart. That's smart. Putting Clemson people together and Bama players together and Ohio State players together, that's smart. Because these people already know how their other plays, how the other player plays. And they got that chemistry. It doesn't take them long. Especially in the same position, they might be different years, but they, it's a good idea. It really is. When you got good Clemson players out there, you got good Bama players, you got good Ohio State players, Georgia players. Name a big college, that's been consistently in the top 10 in college, and you're going to see great players. When they put them together, it's like magic on that NFL field. It is. It does not take long to build up that chemistry again. Stephen Weatherly is one of I am familiar with as well. We'll take a look at him real quick. Hold up. 6'5", 265. 262, my bad. 6 years. Friend Vandy. He's got 6 solo tackles. Hasn't really done too much this year. It's not an exciting board here for him. But he's had a rough go of it in his career. 58 for 93 tackling wise. So he needs help. If you want, if you're expecting him to go out there and be a absolute monster at defensive end, you got the wrong guy. Yeah, he does have 6 sacks, but he got him in 18 and 19. So He's there as a pressure guy, but he can't get real sacks. As you can see, goose egg, goose egg, goose egg, goose egg. And we're not even counting the rookie year because he was barely used the rookie year. All right, so that's 2 years where he didn't do much. And we had him, last year. And these are his numbers from last year. He played in 9 games, 7 tackles for 17, 10 assists. Beyond that, nothing. Nothing. So the Vikings signed the wrong man. If they're looking for a baller at defensive end, they signed the wrong man. But that explains why it got my attention. It's because he's from our squad here in our 53-man roster last year. Chaz Surratt is one of the people I wanted us to draft. And if you've seen his highlight films, you know exactly why. 6'2", 233 pounds from North Carolina. This is a hometown boy. He's a monster. They haven't used him yet. But I'm going to tell you. You go look at his college tapes. Y'all just got a monster draft pick, man. Y'all just got a monster draft pick with this man right here. That was a steal. Congrats, Vikings, on that one. I wanted him, dude. Cameron Dantzler. I think Dantzler's been around the league for a while now. And there's Bynum. Bynum was on my mock draft board as well. But Dantzler, 6'2", 190. Three tackles out of 4 attempts. And an assist. Started 10 games out of 11. 34 for 44, not bad. Not bad. 2 picks. 1 forced fumble. And a fumble recovery. I think that might have been in the same game, too. Not bad, man. I don't like that picture, though. You got a picture of him interfering with Robbie Anderson, man. Why do you use that picture, man? Of all the pictures out there. Oh, my Lord. So, yeah, Cameron Bynum. Bynum's the one I wanted. I had my eyes on him. 6'0", 200 pounds. From California. Still hasn't done much in the league yet. 4 tackles out of 5. Keep your eyes open for him, though. I just hope they never use him against us. But, beyond that, that's really all the names that really stand out to me on this defense. But like I said, I have not checked out this Vikings team yet up until this week. We got Kellen Mond. Kellen Mond's been back there. Christian Darrisaw. That's a name that popped up when I was doing mock drafts. Seventh offensive tackle drafted by the Vikings in the first round in Vikings history. Fifth highest at number 23. Okay. Vikings traded back from number 14 in the first round with the Jets to acquire him. Okay. Majored in business technology. Did I read that right? Oh, business information technology. I respect that, man. I got a business degree. I got an associate's business degree. So I respect that, man. Good for him, man. Smart dude right here. You always got to have that backup degree to fall on. You know, when you get out of the NFL and you retire at 33 or something like that as an offensive tackle. That's smart, man. That's smart. So, good for him, man. I love these guys that have all these degrees, man, that are not only just great football players in the NFL, but they're smart too. So, you know, if we don't fix our problems, we're going to be sitting here tomorrow afternoon after the Eagles game where it all went wrong. They got some pass rushers, folks. They got some pass rushers. We can't just sit here and say, oh, well, even if they pass rush, we'll be all right. No. Quit cakewalking. We got to change that attitude. With Joe Brady and his playbook right now, we can't afford to cakewalk into this game thinking Sam is going to do Sam stuff, every game. It just ain't going to happen. When you're running Madden-style playbook plays, you just can't expect that to happen, bro. You can't expect that. I'm talking about, we can't be forcing the ball to Robbie Anderson on 11 targets or 7 targets a game and expect more than 3 catches. It's just not going to happen. And you can complain about Joe to the management all you want. It's like leading a horse to water. All they're going to do is just keep covering up the issue. They will keep throwing a blanket over it and acting like it ain't there. Just like they kept doing with Cam's injuries back in the day. Just like they kept doing with, come on, man. Quit covering up for these people, man. For goodness sakes. If it's a problem, fix it. Stop covering it up. If you got a gaping wound, quit covering it up with a Band-Aid. It ain't gonna fix it. It ain't gonna fix it. That's not the right treatment for the problem. Yeah, I don't think we can fix our O-line to the draft either, man. But Scott Fitter is trying. Bless his heart, he's trying. Give that man some love and respect right now. He is trying. Nobody wants to budge. So we signed an offensive guard. We signed an offensive guard. And I don't remember the name of him offhand, but hold up. We're going to check him out. I don't want to circle around and do all that blame game stuff anymore today. I just want to talk about this new signing, right? So, there he is, Austin Pleasants. I don't know much about Austin Pleasants. We're going to find out in a minute. But I want to see who else is on this transaction list. We got punter Ryan Winslow that got signed to the practice squad on the 14th. We got Kenny Robinson put on the active roster, which is a good thing. I think we really need to move Sean Chandler down the practice squad. We'll get to Pleasance in a second here, man. We'll get to Pleasance in a second. But Joseph Charlton got put on the IR. And again, I gotta ask the question: what are we doing in practice that causes a back injury to our punter that puts him on the IR? What are we doing in practice that causes that? How does that even happen? Did y'all see this man get touched on the field? Because I didn't. I don't get that. We signed Shedrick Redwine. I gotta check him out, man. That's gonna make some of the ladies want some red wine. Just because I mentioned that name right there. Hey. But hey, Doug Middleton got released, the safety. Ryan Winslow went into the standard COVID activation right there. Spencer Brown, Michael Jordan to the active roster. Michael Jordan should have never left the active roster to begin with. And now we got Deontay Brown on the IR with a knee injury. We got Deontay Brown, who has never played a snap, on the IR. How does this happen? This is baffling to me. How does this happen? CMC re-injures his hamstring in practice. Y'all starting to see the pattern here, man? I mentioned it earlier. Y'all see this pattern? These are practice injuries. These aren't even game injuries. These are practice injuries. Practice. Practice, folks. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm so frustrated right now. I don't get it. And Kenny Robinson should be replacing Sean Chandler. That should be happening. I don't know why this man's getting put in and out of the 53-man roster, back into the practice squad, back into the active 53. What are we doing with this man right here? We playing Chinese checkers with this dude? I don't get it. What's the plan with him? Alright, so. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Deontay Brown. He had the knee injury somehow in practice, and he got put on the IR. Your guess is as good as mine, Christopher. I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure that one out. So, alright, Osseous Pleasance Yeah. 6'7", 325. You got him from Jacksonville. All right. Should he go on the O-line right now? I'm tired of these injuries, man. I'm tired of playing musical chairs. I want him over there. I'm tired of hearing about Taylor Moton getting put over at left tackle. I want this man up there now. Why is he not on the active 53-man roster right now? Why is he not? We got him from the free agent list, originally cut by Jacksonville. Hurt in our practice. Four players hurt in our practice. 2 of them have never taken a snap. 2 of them have never taken a single snap. And CMC has not even taken a snap for most of the season. There's something funky going on in this practice, man. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like us having to make all these moves with $13 million in cap. I don't know about y'all, but I don't like it. One bit. How do you get a punter injured in practice? How do y'all manage to do that? That's the one that really baffles me, man. Like, what drills is this man doing? What drills is this man doing? We ain't talking about a sprained back here. We're talking about a straight up back injury. I want to read about this one. I'm naturally curious about this one. This man has never been hurt, never been touched during a game. They have never even grazed his jersey. Okay? This did not happen during a game. That's how I know it was practice. He spent time with the Bears, Cardinals, Packers, as well as the AAF. And in none of those games, none of that time, did he ever have an injury. Why now? Why now? That's what I want to know. They don't even speculate on it. There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right. You want to talk about drama? Okay. But let's get into the drama, man. Let's get into the drama. Yeah, exactly. Christopher said the drill in practice is to fall over your feet and say, Matt, I'm hurt. Is that what we're doing now? Is that what we're doing? And Kevin Avery says, from the 4-man rush, Kevin Avery says, all speculation until proof comes. And all the practice drills fall under the protocol of the CBA. I don't have a problem with it being under the CBA. I don't have a problem with that. But this is going on league-wide. This is a pattern. This has been for years. We've had injury after injury after injury during practices. And I understand injuries happen. Maybe you tweak something while you're doing a drill. No problem, But we've had multiple injuries per year. I want a study done on this. That's what I want. I want a study done on this. Because I guarantee you, it's not just our team that's experiencing this problem. It's all 32 teams, bro. We have moved past the point of speculation. The proof is there. We need to do studies. You want your proof? Do the studies. This is the tipping point right here. This is the tipping point. When we got a hurt punter. When we have to spend cap money to sign another punter. When we got much bigger issues going on. This is the tipping point, man. For me, that's the tipping point. For me to say, I gotta talk to the league, man. I gotta talk to the league. We gotta get something moving here. Some kind of study going on here. This has been going on for 5 years now. I refuse to believe this is just an injury trend, for us. 1 or 2 years, sure. 3 years, sure. Teams end up with injuries for 3 years. That's a given. You go into 4 years, 5 years, even 6 years. That's a pattern. That's a pattern. You got to do something about that. It's time to get Roger Goodell and that ownership going and start adjusting that CBA. This power puff and coaching and analytics is getting our players killed, bro. Yeah. All right, coaching and analytics. Let's talk about that. When it comes to Joe Brady. Okay. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Everybody's stacking the box. We don't have a check down option. We don't have a wide receiver option. We run a draw play. Was that in your analytics, Joe? Please tell me that's not in your analytics. Because if that is in your analytics and your scout brought you that information, you need to fire that scout. I refuse to believe it's a scout. I think he just completely ignored any scouting report numbers, any analytics right there, and just did it. I don't understand the logic there. What does he think? Just the defense is going to part like the Red Sea? You go get 5 yards out of Chuba Hubbard on a draw play? It don't work like that. Good God, man. You can't even get away with that in high school, bro. Not even in high school. And y'all can't even get mad at Robbie for complaining about that, man. Y'all can't even get mad about wanting better routes to run. You can't even get mad at him because he's right. How many more times are we going to do this year? Now, I don't like firing an offensive coordinator at week 5. I don't like doing it. But if you want to save your season, you got to do the unprecedented. You got to do something that's never been done before. If you want to build a franchise the right way, the way Scott did it is the way to do it. You got to do something that's unprecedented. and never apologize for it if it works. Never apologize for it if it works. And it worked. Look at what we got on that defense right now. We got a top 12 defense right now. Thanks to Scott Fitterer. You're welcome, Matt. You're welcome. Stop blaming the defense when it's not their fault. Stop blaming Scott when it's not his fault. I don't get this, man. I swear I don't get this. Another classic case of just blaming the wrong person. And we do this all the time as a fan base. All the time. Except for the followers here and the YouTube subscribers on this channel. Y'all are the ones that don't. Half of our fan base outside of that does. And I will never understand it. To save my life, I will never understand it. When we got an Eagles corner, saying that our play calling is stale? Oh my God. Please tell me how this is not Joe's fault. Please tell me how the Golden Boy just gets away with it. Really? An Eagles corner tells us that our play calling is stale. In our own house. In our own backyard stadium. How long are we going to let him get away with this, Joe? How long? I ain't even talking about the fans. We ain't even go there. All that adult crap in the bathrooms, man. Oh boy. We ain't even go there. I'm just talking about Joe. We just talking purely about Joe Brady right now. Because Joe's getting all this smoke. Yeah, it's funny. I can't even focus on half this stream on the game at hand because we're too busy trying to fix our own problems. Well, I gotta waste 2 hours of this stream trying to fix our problems. Why? We need to focus on next week, man. On this game tomorrow. I can't even do it. I can't even do it because I'm too heated, man. I'm too heated. This has got to stop. Joe, no play action pass. If DBs from the Eagles can tell you they know your plays because of wide receivers run the same route. Joe's battleship has sunk before it ever got started. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Christopher. You said a mouthful. The Eagles DB can tell you about the plays you run. What are we doing? What are we doing on offense? We playing patty cake? Is this flag football in Carolina on offense? How do we go from 28 points to 17 against a lesser defense? Unless the Cowboys secondary is really that trash. Are they really that garbage? And I ain't gonna go by PFF grades. I'm actually legit curious. Are they that trash? Let's go find out. Let's go see what the Cowboys have been up to on defense. And I'm gonna tell you exactly where I think they should be ranked. Not counting us. I I don't even believe this, man. Don't get mad at Robbie. Don't play that blame game. You know where it leads. You know where it leads, folks. I haven't even found time to talk about that Zach Ertz trade or the Raiders firing John Gruden yet. I haven't even gotten there yet. I've been too busy on our problems right now. Alright, so let's take a look at this defense. They play the Bucs, and they give up 31 points to Tom Brady. That's typical, right? Not a surprise there. They give up 17 to the Chargers. Respectable. That's respectable. They give up 21 points to the Eagles. Eagles have been getting 21 points on every defense they played so far, so that's not a surprise. Every one of them. Good, bad, indifferent. It's been 21 points. You know, we get 28 on them. We look respectable, man. We looked good during that game. We looked exactly how we were supposed to look in almost every area of this team. 44-20 over the Giants. That's what it's supposed to look like. Alright, guys. I'm going to take a break here real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Sorry about that. Family emergency happening right there. I may get called away again because my grandmother's not feeling well. So, but I'll try to get as much stuff into this stream as I can do. But just be aware there might be breaks happening periodically. And YouTube freezes up right around this time, as usual. I think it's my laptop doing it. I don't know what's. For some reason, it just happens every time at like 3 hours and like 15 minutes or something like that, where my laptop just like freezes up, and then it unfreezes, and then the stream works again. I don't know. Anybody that's a tech nerd, if you guys can figure that one out, let me know. Maybe I've just been using the stream for too long. I don't know. But, yeah. Just be aware that I might get called away, but I'm going to try to stay focused as much as I can here and give you guys the best content I can today. Alright, so, yeah, the Dallas defense has looked good. When you look at the scores, it looks good. You know, you can't argue that. You know, on paper, it looks good. But then you consider how bad Joe has been, you know, without adjustments or better routes. And it really makes you think, like, is this defense a little weaker than everybody's saying it is? I don't know. Let the ESPN analysts have fun with that one. That's all I got to say, man. Let them have fun with that one. That's going to be a blast. That's going to be a good debate on ESPN Radio right there. Anybody wants to get into that, go for it. But, Christopher says, did you say the Raiders are interested in Joe as a head coach? Really, bro? I'm laughing my butt off. Exactly, man. How are you going to be a head coach if you cannot be an offensive coordinator in the NFL? Please explain that one to me. If you can't figure out a running back check down, if you cannot adjust in the third quarter, how do you expect to be a head coach if that's all you do is offensive coordinator? We haven't even seen this man as a defensive coordinator yet. You got to have both. You got to be able to do both if you want to be a head coach in the NFL. We have yet to see this man actually pull off offensive coordinator, much less defensive coordinator. Maybe he's weaker there, but, you know, we don't know. This is his first year in the NFL, and everybody wants to make him a head coach over in Las Vegas. Come on. No. Vegas can have him, man. I'm done. We average 24 points. We get 28 against Dallas, and then suddenly, I don't get it. And Robbie is well within his rights to say something to Matt Rule. Because he knows Joe ain't going to change nothing. He knows it. That's exactly why he went to Matt Rule. Alright, so essentially, this Vikings game is going to be exactly like last week, minus the special teams problems. Unless Joe finds a way to turn the light bulb on in his brain and figure out, oh, hey, adjustments. Adjustments. Come on, man. Now we got an explanation for what's going on in those third quarters. We know exactly what's going on there. It ain't a mystery anymore. And Matt wants to blame the defense? I'm sorry, I missed the boat here, Matt. What exactly... How exactly is the defense at fault when the Eagles have been getting 21 points every game? I'll show you. I will straight up show you. Hold up. They literally just got 22 against the Bucs on Thursday night. So please explain to me how it's the defense's fault. You're not going to stop the Eagles from getting 21 points. That's their average. Unless you're talking about the Falcons game. Falcons game doesn't count. Because, I mean, everybody blows out the Falcons because the Falcons are terrible. They managed 11 points against the 49ers. The 49ers have a decent defense. Probably one of the top 15 defenses in the league. So it's not a surprise they get 11 there. They somehow still managed to get 21 points on that Cowboys defense. Still. They managed to get 30 on a struggling Chiefs defense. But it's not struggling as much as you might think it is. They still managed to get 21 points on us. On that top 12 defense. And then they put up 22 points against the Bucs. And almost beat them. Almost beat them. But against the Eagles. You don't expect the Eagles to pull off an upset against the Bucs. Really? Do you? Come on. Nobody expects that. With a 21-point average, there's no way. So, realistically, that 2-4 is exactly where they stand. But, if you want to blame this on the defense, our struggles against the Eagles, come on, man, get the heck out of here. Miss us with that garbage, Matt. Are you serious? If I was playing my heart out on that defense in that Eagles game, I'd be pissed at that comment right there on the press conference. I'd be pissed. These people gave 110% for you, Matt Rule. And you go throw this whole entire defense under the bus like that? You go throw the defense under the bus like that? I'd be like, what should I play for you? If you're going to do that. When you're clearly misdiagnosing the problem. I'm talking about players like Dante Jackson, who's been playing his absolute hardest for you every game. He has been balling for you every game. We're talking about players like Spider-Birds. We're talking about players like Shaq. You know, who had a great year up until he got injured. We're talking about all these guys, man. And even Perryman. Who, surprisingly got 2 sacks in that game. Everybody that played well in that Eagles game on defense is suddenly going, huh? What do you want? What more do you want from this defense? Now, I'll grant you, if you want to throw Sean Chandler under the bus, go for it. Nobody's going to complain about that one. We're all going to agree with you here. Because I've been roasting this dude for weeks. For weeks on end, and y'all already know this. Melvin White, sure. You could roast him too. But he wasn't even playing that game. He wasn't even in. So you can't even throw him under the bus. Not this week. But the entire defense? Excuse me? Matt. Now you know I'm going to call you out on that one. You know everybody's going to call you out on that one, bro. And put you under the fire. And put you under the microscope on that. We ain't letting you get away with that crap. Nah. Nah, dog. We ain't letting you get away with that. You've been covering up for Joe Brady. We've been letting you get away with that up until now. That's going to stop, too. Twandon said this specifically on Big Cash Channel. You cannot cover up Joe Brady's inequities after a while. You can't cover him up anymore. He's right. I rarely ever agree with this man, but he's right. It's so rare when I ever agree with this man. I like him. You know, I think he's a great guy. He makes some excellent points on Big Cat's channel. But he's right on this one. How many times are we going to let Joe Brady keep running our team into the ground? How many times? And we wonder why we kept coming up just short, every time last year. What's the difference between last year's offensive playbook and the playbook that we threw at the Eagles? What's the difference between the 28 points that we put up against that Cowboys defense in the game we played against the Eagles? What happened there? Did your balls drop off? Sorry to quote the Joker there, but come on, man. Did you suddenly start playing Madden all week in preparation for the Eagles? Like, what happened there? Concerned fans want to know. You can't go into the rest of this. We're a third of the way into the season, folks. And we got no plan on offense. CMC was our plan for 4 games. CMC was our plan last year. And you saw how that ended up. Now you see why this man's being overused. Now we totally understand it because the play calling is garbage. And we're going to let an Eagles corner. He's the first of many, by the way, that would call our offensive play calling stale and predictable and tell us exactly what we're running. How many more are we going to let that happen? How many more? This is a coaching wildfire, bro. In the Eagles game, we didn't keep a spy on Hurts. No offensive adjustments. Joe needs to go. You are correct about not having any adjustments. I wouldn't say it's a wildfire, but Joe needs to go. Joe needs to go. I'm done. I'm done with Joe. Give me somebody in here that gets rid of that Etch-a-Sketch playbook of his that Madden playbook on rookie mode. You know, anybody can run ace formation, man. Anybody. Come on, man. He's the average Joe. You know what? I think we just found his nickname. Old Joe Blow. Old average Joe Blow needs to go. I think that's the theme right there. That's the theme. Hey, man, come on. All right, now I'm going to address that spy situation. I noticed you mentioned about a spy, QB spy. Well, guess who that's supposed to be? Sean Chandler. Now you see why we had so much trouble stopping that quarterback run. If you've heard me complain about Sean Chandler before, you already know what's coming. You already know what comments are coming. Because I'm going to keep them brief and I'm going to keep them real. You can't ask this man to be a QB spy. It does not work. It does not work. It's the same as asking him to defend the run in the red zone on the 1 yard line. He overshoots his gap. He can't cover. It's the same thing every week with this dude. And I'm done with Sean Chandler too. You can, wherever Joe Brady goes, take this dude with you. You can have him for free. That's how fed up I'm getting with this. Because he's given up like 21 points in the last 3 games. I'm done with him. You can blame it on rookie mistakes all you want to. But at this point, we're past that. 5 games in, we're way past that. That's a pattern. Toss him. He can't do QB spies. He can't do coverage. He can't do gaps in the red zone. He'll tackle for you. He'll stop the yards after catch for you. That's all he's going to do. That's all he can do. And there's a million of those safeties in the league. Take your pick. Trey Boston was even better than you, Sean Chandler. Come on, man. Well, I got to say that. I gave you like 8 weeks. 8 weeks plus training camp to fix that problem. 8 weeks plus training camp. I'm done. My patience has run out. When you give up 21 points during a regular season 3-week period because you can't cover anybody, and you late to the party, and you're in you got sucked up by a tornado in Kansas somewhere in your brain, to where your awareness level is jack squat, and then all of a sudden, snap back to reality. Oh, touchdown! It's like, where were you, bro? Wake up! Oh, God. You're not up on some Caribbean cruise somewhere. You're on the field, bro. You got a uniform on. You got a helmet on. Go do it. Go do it, bro. And I give him credit. He got that one quarterback stop. He got that one stop. But that was because he was within 5 yards of that line of scrimmage. You put him past that point, he ain't doing nothing as a QB spot. Nothing. Watch the film and see if I'm right. Put him out there. Put him out there and see if I'm right. If this man can't stop a deep ball touchdown, how is he going to stop a 8 yards? getting a first down on you. Stop putting him in positions where he cannot help us. Switching the corner. You might as well. I feel like he's more useful as a corner than a safety. Put Kenny Robinson out there, convert Sean Chandler to a corner. You know, and then do what you will with him after that. Because I don't think he's even going to get any pass deflections. He'll get some tackles on him, maybe. But he ain't built for all that. He ain't built for what we're asking him to do. I'd rather spend the extra $1 million on Trey Boston and get what we get out of Trey Boston. That's how I feel about that one. You know, and we all know how Trey Boston is once you give him that extra money. He's going to be slouchy. He's going to be taking plays off. He's going to be looking like, I don't even know. But yeah, I would rather take that extra $1 million and get what you get out of Trey Boston. In that case. Okay, so Christopher says, try this offensive setup. Brady Christensen at left guard. Trent Scott, right guard. Sam Tacklenberg at center. Pleasant at left tackle. Taylor Moton at right tackle. Think it will work. I think people are getting a little bit too antsy on the center position right now. Hold up. Let me get the depth chart up. I think y'all are getting a little too antsy on my man Matt Paradis here. I think Matt Paradis is okay. You know, I think he is. Yeah, he had a little bit of a rough go when he gets blitzed. Everybody does. You know? I think Trent Scott is pretty solid. We still got a couple of kinks to work out with him. But I mean, it's not something that we can't fix in-house. Brady Christensen, yeah. I thought he did all right in that last game. Even with the blitz on him, I thought he did okay. Yeah, he got pushed back. But I mean, who didn't? Who didn't against these blitzes in the last 2 weeks? I think even Taylor Moton got pushed back a little bit. And that's saying something. So, I think people are getting a little too antsy on Matt Paradis, though. That's how I feel about that. But, team didn't really expose anybody but the guards. So, the problem here is Dennis Daly and John Miller. Those were the two cracks that we had in the line. Everybody else did fine. I thought, up until they started blitzing us, those were the only two that really caught my eye that I thought, maybe we should do something there. Maybe we should. Brady Christensen, we stuck him in. Trent Scott, we've been kind of shoving him in a little bit. But he's not really a guard. That's the thing. He's not really a guard. He's more of a tackle. With offensive linemen, yes, you can play them at other positions, but you prefer to keep them at the position that you drafted them at. And, that leads to a whole discussion on Brady Christensen, that really, we keep revisiting, address that in a second, but Christopher says, what? Matt Paradis kept A-Gap suspect. Did he, though? I thought he was alright. I'm not gonna say he's a problem at this point. I'm not saying maybe it's a crack. Maybe. Question mark on that. But Dennis Daly and John Miller were obvious cracks. I mean, Eagles figured that out after Dallas exposed it. It was completely obvious in the second half of that Dallas game that they were the cracks in our system. But we just didn't see it until the Eagles decided we're going to full-on blitz you for most of the game. So, again, everybody looks suspect against the blitz. Everybody does on this line. First, second, third string. Doesn't matter. Everybody looks suspect against the blitz. It's what they do when they're not being blitzed. That's when you know whether you got a crack or not. And that's why I was kind of looking at Paradis like, okay, well, he did allow a couple of blitzes up the middle, but I mean, that's not really his fault. He was kind of stuck on his guy, and he couldn't really do anything about it. We tried to give him a little help, but, all of these guys had their own problem. So you can't exactly... You can't exactly throw Paradis under the bus for what everybody was having trouble with, during blitzes. And even just during regular ones. Regular plays, where they ran 4 at us. So, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't see what everybody else is seeing with Paradis. So, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off on that, but I just don't see it yet. Maybe he gets exposed later. Who knows? But I just don't see it right now, is what I'm saying. So, I'll try to give y'all the benefit of the doubt, though. I am. Because you're not the only person that's mentioned him as a potential crack in our offensive line, though. I've had at least half a dozen people say that since training camp. So, but I'm trying to give you the benefit, though. I am. I'm going to watch him during this Vikings game. I'm going to see how he does. Because it's basically the same type of defense, defensive pass rush as the Eagles were bringing last week. So, we'll see how he does. I'm not saying that it's going to be spectacular, but we'll see how he does. I have complete faith in Tacklenberg. I like him. Even if we do have to sub him out. I like Trent Scott. I like all of these guys. I don't know much about Pleasant, but we'll see. We got to try something at left tackle. I'll tell you that. I got question marks on Cameron Irving, though. All the line are veterans, bro, not rookies and garbage blocking assignments. True, but you got to give these guys a couple of years to develop. Okay. Cameron Irving, I give you that one. He's got no excuse. John Miller's got no excuse. John Miller's been around. A 7-year pro. He's got no excuse. So Dennis Daly, 3-year guard. I give him. I can kind of throw him under the bus at this point. Cameron Irvin, 7-year pro though. These guys, you're right, they are pros. They are pros. Garbage blocking assignments. Let's explore that one. Who gives these guys their assignments? Is it the offensive line coach? Is it Joe Brady? Is it Matt Rule? Who gives it to them? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Because you're getting into all the technical stuff on the offensive line here. The technical stuff is not really my forte. So, that's a legitimate question there. Like, who gives them their assignments? I'm curious. I would like to know. And we did mention the offensive lineman coach records earlier. And the one we have right now is 8-13. That's his record. But the one in 2017 had 11 wins. I don't know, man. It just makes you think. Could the offensive line coach be part of the problem? A small part of the problem as well. We haven't exactly had the most consistent guys. And I'll put that up on screen for you guys. Here we go. Oh, y'all can't even see this, can you? Hold up. God. I'm slacking today. Sorry. Alright, there you go. I'll put that list on the screen for you guys. We've got Pat Meyer with a record of 8-13 in the last 2 years. Is he part of the problem? Thoughts on that one? When you got Ray Brown, who's sitting there with an 11-5 record. Okay, so what happened between 2017 and 2020? Who was there? And this information is brought to you by ProFootballHistory.com. So if you're looking for info like that, this is a good website to go on. For information like this. Sorry. Wouldn't that be Pat Meyer and Joe Brady with blocking assignments? Yeah, wouldn't they work together on that? That's what I'm thinking. Or is it just Pat? That's what I'm wondering. Because I don't know for sure. Yeah, Meyer is a problem. I mean, the 8-13 record kind of suggests it. But at the same time, you can't put all the blame on the offensive lineman coach, because the GM has to get us offensive linemen. The GM and Matt Rule have to get us offensive linemen. So I guess you could kind of put a little bit of heat on Scott Fitterer on that one. I guess you could. But, it's been that way no matter who the GM was. Whether it be Marty, whether it be Dave Gettleman, whether it be Fitterer, We just have not been able to get the right lineman. And my thoughts on this are, nobody moving during trades. We've just been able to pick up what we've been able to pick up. And it's been rough. It has been. But there's been probably a couple of years where we could do a little bit more than what we've been doing. But Scott's trying to help you guys, man. Scott's trying to help this line. He's doing all he can. The Brady Christensen draft pick was great. The Deontay Brown draft pick was great. I liked them both. I liked a few of these offensive line pickups. But you don't know what they're going to do until you put them in action, and you try to let them build chemistry together. And you need a decent offensive line coach that can give them proper assignments, give them what they need to succeed. And 8-13 is just not going to cut it. I think Matt, So I'm not entirely ready to say Pat Meyer is a problem, but he's part of the problem. You get what I'm saying, Christopher? Because you can't totally blame the offensive line coach for anything. Just like you can't totally blame Joe Brady if he doesn't have the weapons he needs. You can't blame Matt Rule if he doesn't have the weapons he needs for his team. The problem is he does. All of them do. So, no. It's mostly on Joe Brady. As far as I'm concerned, it's mostly on Joe. Maybe we have to play the rookies. I mean, yeah, we tried playing Brady Christensen in this last game, and he did pretty well, I think. I'd say if we didn't have Deontay Brown getting injured, then I'd say play him. But that should be your answer to the guard problem. This is why we drafted these guys. Are they ready? Probably not. But do we need them? Yeah, we need them. I mean, I don't like having to go to the free agent list when we just drafted 2 people that could easily solve the problems. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is why the draft is so important. It's like the Super Bowl of our team. When we're not making the Super Bowl or not making the playoffs, it is the Super Bowl of our team. We got to get the right people. Or we're going to keep having seasons like this. That's why I was so happy when we got Brady Christensen and Deontay Brown, because I thought, okay, well, we're going to start solving these problems now. We're starting to address this stuff that we weren't able to address before. Because we got a GM that's aggressive. He cares about us. He cares about winning. He doesn't just care about a paycheck. He cares about us. He has invested himself in the Carolina Panthers. So, is Deontay Brown ready to play next week? No. Let me tell you what I just saw recently. This is going to break your heart. Deontay Brown now has a knee injury, and he was in limited practice. During guess what? Practice. So that goes right back to that whole conversation about why are these guys getting injured during practice. Look at this long list the Vikings have. Look at this. My God. I expect them to use Dalvin Cook heavily since CJ Ham's hurt. I didn't look at the defensive injuries though, but I looked at the offensive. We probably won't see Adam Thielen. We probably won't see Justin Jefferson. Although there's a small chance we might. Smith Marset, the toe injury. We'll see him. He'll get a few more catches today. Dantzler, limited practice, full practice there. I think we'll see him. We're definitely going to see Nick Vigil. Everson Griffin, he'll be back. Not injury related, you know. They're resting a vet. Huh. Curious. At this point in the season, that's very curious. Why they would need to rest him. But okay. Anthony Barr is not somebody I'm concerned about. Michael Pierce isn't really somebody I'm concerned about, but he's out. And the tight end is out. Alright, so that's just some stuff to look at there. In case you haven't seen the injury report, Christopher, here you go. We got Shaq out, of course. Christian McCaffrey out again. Kamal Martin. What? How did Kamal Martin get a concussion? Okay. That's what I would like to know. He's a linebacker. How did he get a concussion? That baffles me, doesn't it? Doesn't it baffle you? How does this happen? I can understand some freak injuries during practices, but come on, man, a concussion? Does this man have a concussion history? I don't get that one. That one caught my attention immediately when I saw the list, and I was just like, what? So Cameron Irving, 3 days of full practice, we'll probably see him play. Getting back to the offensive line there. I don't know how Deontay Brown got that knee injury, but that happens a lot with linemen during practices. I get that. I kind of get that one to a degree. It does happen. It's a freak injury. I'll let that one go. You know? And Irving had that neck injury during a game. So that's not who we're talking about here, you know, with these practice injuries. So, Christopher says, I agree. We did have a lot of holes in the draft to fill. Yeah. I hope we can get a good tackle in the draft. Do you think we should have got rid of Greg Little? Should we have gotten rid of Greg Little? No. I have faith in Greg Little. I think he's got potential. I think he could fill in and be a good backup. But as a starter, no. I don't think he's ready. Because we're facing some bruisers in the NFL on this season, man. You know, when we first saw this schedule, we thought, well, this is a cakewalk schedule. But then you start taking a look at the defensive players that are on each one of these defenses, and you go, whoa, wait a minute. These guys are bruisers. We got to be careful. So, you know, it's not a surprise that some of these guys will go through people like Greg Little and Cameron Irving, you know, that are kind of newcomers to the team and not really had the type of chemistry that you're looking for with an offensive line coach that's questionable, you know, and with an offensive coordinator that's questionable. So it's not far-fetched to say that these guys are going to struggle. As far as what holes we'll have to fill in the draft this coming year, that's a good question. I don't know. Depends on who we let go. Depends on who we move before the trading deadline. Depends on who we don't extend. Depends on who we cut. So, I mean, I would have to look at the extensive list to find out. But at the moment, I don't know. You know, I'd have to see who's on 1-year contracts. I'd have to see who's commanding a lot of dead money, you know, on their contract that we could get rid of. You know, what positions can we move? There's a lot of different when you get into that. That are huge question marks for me. And that's not really my area. You know, I don't know much about NFL contracts. I don't know much about salary cap stuff. I try to give you guys what I know, you know, but after that point, it's kind of gray area for me, you know, so to speak. So, speaking of which, I am still trying to find somebody that does know about this stuff and is way more knowledgeable than me. That can kind of teach me as well as the stream, you know. So please, if you know a lot about this stuff, please do hit me up in the DMs. Let me know that you want to be on stream and teach us about this stuff. I'll spend an hour or two on this. I swear I will, because I have a hunger to know about this stuff, to learn about this, because that's one of the two areas that I'm still struggling in that I don't know much about. So I welcome that help. My eyes and ears are wide open to listen and learn anything that you guys have to teach me on that. So if you feel like you're confident and knowledgeable in that stuff, please do hit me up. Or leave a comment, leave a message, something, you know. Alright, so that being said, excuse me. Let's take a look at what happened last week, I mean. Last week with the scores. See what we're dealing with. I did promise I was going to do that. And I never did get to it last week's stream. I apologize for that. We went 6.5 hours and I should have gotten to it. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, so Rams beat the Seahawks 26-17. Not a surprise there. Seahawks are struggling, but that's about the score that you expect. Falcons beat the Jets 27-20. That's about what you expect there. Jets are horrible. you know, we're skipping over our game because our game, Green Bay beats Cincinnati in overtime. That's a surprise. But if you consider Aaron Rodgers has been having a rough year, he's probably pissed off. And he's hungry for that game. I can promise you, he was hungry for that game. He had a lot to prove. So, beating that Bengals team that's been red hot lately, surprisingly red hot, is a big statement that Rodgers is not going away. He's here to stay. And he wants some wins. So, respect to him. Respect to Cincinnati, man. They fought hard in that game. They fought hard. I was watching some of the highlights. These guys really wanted that game back. Think about it. If you're Cincinnati and you're just coming out of so many bad seasons, and you see Green Bay on your schedule and you go, wow, that's an NFC powerhouse. If we can win that one, we're in the money. We're going to get respected. You're going to want that game. There's no doubt. Because we take a look at some of the numbers of this game here. Hold on. ESPN's being a little funky. My laptop's being a little funky. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. But yeah, if you start taking a look at some of the numbers of this game, look at this. Green Bay puts up 466 yards. That's Rodgers right there. That's Rodgers all day. And the Bengals still, with Joe Burrow, put up a respectable 367 yards. I mean, that's, you can't laugh at that right there. That's impressive. That's impressive. Cincinnati had 2 turnovers. Green Bay had 1. Green Bay had 21 first downs. Cincinnati had 18. I mean, Green Bay's defense is just good enough, to hold them to 18 first downs. So but Joe Burrow has been throwing some absolute darts. This man threw 26 for 38, 281 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks. I mean, you can't ignore this man right now. He's on fire. 6 receptions, 159 yards, and 1 touchdown. Chase, wow, not bad. I mean, you can't help but look at this game and just go, huh, And they won it on a field goal, nonetheless. Cincinnati had trouble in that third quarter, and then they finally figured out that Green Bay defense, and they said, okay, we're getting the 8 points. Okay, we're back in this thing. And Rodgers only puts up 6, They're like, we got a shot at this. That was an interesting finish, though. It really was. All right, so you got New England barely beating Houston. And again, that's that struggling New England offense. But a great New England defense. They held Houston to 22 there. The Bucks found a few holes, with Tom Brady. Tom Brady found a few holes in that New England defense. So Houston kind of took advantage of that. put up their 22. But yeah, you're still not beating New England. It's not going to be easy. All right, so Tennessee blows out Jacksonville. Not a surprise there. Tennessee, Derrick Henry just runs circles around him. I bet you if I look at this, it's going to be Derrick Henry heavy. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, even though he's putting up 23 for 33, 273 yards and a touchdown, is not the problem with Jacksonville. I can tell you that right now. He is not the problem. He needs weapons. He needs Etienne. That's what he needs. That's going to be half his offense right there. Then he starts tossing it towards some of these wide receivers that you put out there for Jacksonville, man. You fix a couple of those holes on Jacksonville's defense, Jacksonville becomes a problem. They become a problem, folks. I'm telling you. If that Jacksonville management knows what they're doing, this could get real interesting for Jacksonville real soon. And they had Dan Arnold. He had 6 catches, 64 yards without us. Not bad. Not bad. They got more of a use for him than we did with Joe Brady, so they got a little bit more out of him. So that kind of tells you that Jacksonville's problem is not the offensive coordinator. Because you're looking at Robinson getting 18 catches, 149 yards, and a touchdown. So that it's not the offensive coordinator. And that's Panthers related, so I figured I would break out with some info there. Jacksonville puts up 454 yards of total offense. That's what Trevor Lawrence is capable of doing right there with the right weapons. Just wait till he has Etienne. That's going to be up to 500. Easily. It's going to be up to 500. But you can't win if you got 2 turnovers and your offensive line is not protecting you. 23 first downs versus 24. Jacksonville actually beat them on first downs. Look at this. Look at this. I'm not saying Darren Arnold is an instant starter, but it just depends on what team. With Jacksonville, he's an instant starter. And we're seeing it. He's not exactly a Zach Ertz or a Greg Olsen, but, he'll take care of business for you. At tight end. Starting tight end. And he managed 19 points, and I'm a little surprised. Until you see Derrick Henry. 29 carries, 130 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's Derrick Henry. That's 100% Derrick Henry for you right there. I knew it was going to be him. I knew it was. All right, so Minnesota 19-17 over Detroit. Not a surprise there. Don't let that score fool you, though. Offensively, for Minnesota, they're capable of a little bit more. But defensively, that 17 points is for real. They've been holding teams to that much all year. Don't let that fool you. That's a dangerous defense right there that we're about to face. The Eagles were too. I underestimated them a tiny bit. A tiny bit. I thought that pass rush wasn't as hot and heavy as it was, but it turned out it was. So, I guarantee you the Vikes are going to blitz us to death, though. As soon as Dallas exposed it, it was just like, oh, well, we're off to the races now. So Pittsburgh gets that miraculous win over Denver, 27-19. Good for them. They've been having a struggling season, so good for them. 45-17 over Miami. Here's the thing. Miami doesn't have Tua. They've been averaging 17 points without Tua. So that 45 points right there does not surprise me. They just exposed Miami's defense. Completely exposed it. And Tom Brady said, I've had enough of this. I've had enough. I want to win by a big margin. And he did. That was just purely Tom Brady putting up those 45 right there. That's just who he is. That's who he is. So, if we can get that game film right there of what Tom Brady exposed in that Miami defense, we can use that against them later on. That'll be very useful. They may have changed their coaching tactics on defense, but we'll see on what they plan on filling on some of those holes. But a lot of those holes will still be there by the time we get there. I can guarantee that. It's their offense. I'm kind of, we gotta shut down that offense and limit it to about 14. If we can do that, we'll be okay. We'll have a shot at winning. If Tua comes back, we're screwed. So we need to keep an eye on that injury report list and hope that Tua does not come back. So the Saints over Washington. Saints have been on a hot streak here. They've had a couple of games where they know they can win, and they did. So, Washington's 22 is not impressive. It's not impressive. We were averaging 24 without CMC. So, that's even with Joe Brady being who he is. So, with these clipboard offensive game plays, But we just want to watch out that we don't fall into that trap, though, of thinking, we'll easily get 24 points or we'll easily get 28 points. No. No. Don't fall into that trap. That's coming. That's coming later on. I'm labeling Washington as a trap game now. Because of that reason right there. Because of Joe Brady. Chargers beat the Browns. Not surprising. Not surprising, honestly. 47-42. I mean, that was going to be a close game. I had a feeling about that one. The Chargers have been on a hot streak. Let's take a look at the Chargers. 4-1. They're legitimate 4-1. This team should be taken very seriously if you're in the AFC right now. Very seriously. And they beat Washington 20-16. They were just warming up then. They beat the Cowboys. They almost beat the Cowboys. That was 20-17. And then they beat the Chiefs, which I told you every year they split with the Chiefs. They've got enough firepower every year to battle these guys for at least one split, They took on the Raiders, and I thought, okay, the Raiders have some firepower. That might be a loss for the Chargers, but nope. Chargers surprised me again. They got a win. Look at this. 28-14. Hey! And then they took on a really strong Browns team right now. A fairly strong Browns team. and won that one, 47-42. I mean, they went blow for blow with three of the most powerful AFC teams right now and won all three. People should be taking this team seriously. Very seriously. So let's take a look at what they've got going on after this. They got the Ravens, they've got the Patriots. The Ravens might give them a little bit of a fight. Patriots, I think they'll beat the Patriots. They'll beat the Eagles. They'll beat the Vikings. They'll beat the Steelers. Steelers are struggling. Broncos are struggling. So they won't really face a real test until December against the Bengals. They got a soft schedule up until then. Who knows what the Bengals are going to look like then? Probably still strong. So that might be an interesting one. That could give them a win. Giants, that's a win. Chiefs, they lose this one. They split with them every year. Remember that. They already won one. They're not going to sweep them. Texans, that's a win. Broncos, that's a win. Raiders, that's the critical game right there, where you're going to find out who the Chargers really are. Are they wild card contenders? Are they legitimate wild card contenders or division leaders or not? We're going to find out. But I think this is a very interesting Chargers team, though. I'm excited to see what happens there. I haven't seen them play this well in a while. They've had a strong team for a couple years now recently. But we haven't seen them really, really compete against the top three teams out there in the AFC. So I'm curious to see how that's going to end. All right, so you got the Bears beating the Vegas Raiders. And here's the thing, man. The Raiders, I know somebody wanted me to address Gruden's firing. All I'm going to say is everybody's got something to hide. Come on. Everybody's got something to hide in their emails somewhere. For Jerry Richardson, it was sticky notes. It was sticky notes. Everybody's got something to hide, man. That's all I'm going to say, man. I ain't going to get into the politics of it. I'm just here for the football part of it. But, as a coach, I like John Gruden as a person, and as a coach, I respect his coaching abilities and his coaching knowledge. So, yeah, hopefully he goes somewhere that he can be of use to someone, coaching-wise still. I think he's still got a couple years left, but who's going to hire him? Not us. There were a lot of people wanting us to hire him as an offensive coordinator. I said, no, not feeling it. We don't want that kind of heat. After the heat he just endured there, no, I don't want it. I don't want it in Carolina. Arizona 17-10. Arizona kind of had a lax game there against San Francisco. Normally, they've been a little bit more persistent in their wins. But as you can see by the first downs, it was kind of a lazy game. They only put up 20. Yeah, so it was more of a defensive game for them. They both put up over 300 yards. Both had one turnover. So it's kind of an even game there. The 49ers kind of made them look a little more realistic than they appeared in their record of 5-0. Kind of brought them down to size a little bit. Because if we look at Arizona's schedule and how they got their 5 wins, Titans not impressive, Vikings not impressive. They barely beat the Vikings, actually. And that was when the Vikings had their offense going. Jaguars, 31-19. They got that easy win right there. They actually beat the Rams. That's what surprised a lot of people, and they thought that Arizona might be worthy of their 4-0. 5-0 now. They beat them 37-20. So now everybody's thinking, well, the Cards are legit contenders. Well, see, in the last week, they barely beat the 49ers 7-10. But if you look at that defense, look how many points they've been giving up. 19 against the Jags, 20 against the Rams, 10 against the 49ers. And then 13 against the Titans. And you go, maybe we should take this team a little more seriously. You know what I mean? Defensively. Offensively, there's a couple of question marks, but or is there? Because if you look at it, 37 against the Rams, 31 against the Jags, 34 against the Vikes, and 38 against the Titans. So, maybe this team is worthy of their 5-0. Every time you see a 4-0 or a 5-0 Arizona team, you immediately question it. Because you just go, okay, well, there's got to be some excuse for it. Soft schedule. They don't have the players that they should. They somehow got lucky and they got their 4-0. Arizona going 3-0 or 4-0 is not new. They've been doing this. It's how they finish that's the problem with Arizona. So, once you get down to division title time, it's like, okay, well, Seattle and the Rams every year. Why? You ever stop to question why that is? So, that gives me kind of a little bit of hope that we may catch them off guard in November a little bit, but they'll still beat us. We're playing them at the right time of year. But it just makes me question, is this team for real or aren't they? They put up that 37-20 against the Rams, and then the next week 17-10 over the 49ers. I don't know what to think about this team yet. I'm still questioning it, man. I'm still questioning it. I'm still on the fence there. Dallas 44-20 over the Giants. Obviously, we expected that. Giants are trash. Moving on. Bills 38-20. I expected that one. Actually, the Chiefs' defense has really been struggling. So it's not a surprise the Bills put up 38, with Kyler Murray throwing the way he is. The Chiefs' offense got shut down by that Bills' defense that's really, really good. I think the Bills are legit contenders. I've been saying it. I still believe it. When you see a score like that, you have no choice but to believe it. Baltimore 31 over the Colts 25. Baltimore's kind of been that 50-50 team. Like, do we trust them? Do we not trust them? What do we do with them? I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with Baltimore at this point. But that's a legitimate win, though. That's expected. So now we move into this week 6. Tampa Bay barely beats Philadelphia. Bucks kind of slacked off a little bit in the second half. They kind of let them come back. And that Eagles, you heard it in the interview with Phil Snow. If you were paying attention to that interview. Phil Snow pointed out that the Eagles brought some looks that they were not expecting, that they did not show previously. So you go, And I think it took the Bucks off guard too. They weren't expecting that either. So it took them an entire quarter to kind of adjust to that. They weren't really looking for that, some of those plays. And that's why you saw such a close score there. I think a lot of that came from that aspect right there in the second half. All right, so that being the case, you got an Eagles offense that surprised the Bucks defense. I don't think necessarily they found all the holes in the Bucks defense, but they surprised them. Conversion out of that too, I believe, right? That was wild. I was watching a little bit of that. And I thought, if we had an offensive coordinator that could surprise the defense like that and actually throw some looks out there that they weren't previously showing, what could that get us? Where would that take us as an offense with all the weapons that we have and Sam Darnold not getting pressured as much? Really makes you think, doesn't it, folks? It really makes me question, what can we possibly get full potential-wise out of this offense? Like, there's so many ways we could use this offense if Joe wasn't holding us back. You saw it against Dallas. We put up 28 in the game. That's 35, folks. 35 points, matching what these teams were putting up last week. Let's see the highest scores last week. We had Tennessee putting up 37. That's not a surprise, though. That's against Jacksonville. We got Tampa Bay putting up 45. You're not going to match Tom Brady. 33 against the Saints, though. We got the Chargers putting up 47. We got the Bills putting up 38. Baltimore 31. I mean, look at this. 35 points puts us in the running with some of the top offenses out there last week. That's just last week. Now, you got a lot of random matchups going on, that kind of throw that dynamic off a little bit, but still, 35 points. What if we could do that every week, consistently? Does that remind you of a certain year where we had a lot of success? A certain 2 years, as a matter of fact, where we were doing that. Right? Imagine if we had an offensive coordinator that could do that again. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Joe, we've got all the weapons that we need right now. It's time to get to work. Put away the Etch-a-Sketch, put away the Madden controller, and get to work. We know you can put out better play designs than this. We know you can. Show us, bro. Please show us. If your mind is still in LSU playbook mode, you're behind. We can't work with that. We gotta have NFL playbook stuff, man. If your brain is still back there, go back to LSU then. Go have your success back there. I don't get what's going to happen there, man. I don't get it. But let's look at the games coming up. We got Miami and Jacksonville. That'll be a little closer than you think it will be. I got Miami winning that one, though. Although Jacksonville has shown that they can get more than 20 points. So, how good is that Miami defense really? We're going to find out. I think it's good enough to beat Trevor Lawrence without weapons. But beyond that, I don't know. Man. Chargers against Baltimore. That's a win for the Chargers, like I said a minute ago. Us against Minnesota, I think it's going to be a repeat of last week, minus the special teams mistakes. So, 21-17. I got another 21-17 score. Maybe even 24-17 score. It's probably what we're looking at. And I hate to say that. I really, really hate to say that, but if we drop both of these games, we cannot lose again. Because at that point, that makes us lose our safety net game. So we're sitting at 10 from that point on. We cannot lose if we want to win 10 games. We got to get it. We got to get this win. If we want to keep that safety net game, we gotta have it. We gotta have it. We'll have the Giants week after that to rest up. But this game, we gotta focus. We gotta put all our energy, all our frustrations into this game. And we gotta win it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We gotta win it. Green Bay, Chicago. I got Green Bay winning that one. Green Bay is making a resurgence. I got question marks about that 4-1 record of Green Bay, but I think a lot of people do too. But I think Rodgers might be putting a little bit of that to rest. We'll see. Cincinnati over Detroit, that's going to be a blowout. Cincinnati wins. I guarantee you they're not going to be happy about that Green Bay loss last week. They're going to take their frustrations out on Detroit. Indy and on that one. By about 10 points. Rams over the Giants. That's going to be a big blowout. Rams destroy the Giants. Chiefs in Washington. Chiefs destroy Washington. That's an easy one. That's a cupcake game for them. Come on, man. It's the Chiefs. That's a cupcake. That's a cupcake. They need that cupcake game to get themselves back in gear, though. KC, though, might make it close. I hope not, but it might. Because anything that comes out of that game right there, KC versus Washington, we can use on tape to beat Washington. So I really, really hope that Mahomes exposes that Washington defense. I hope it does. I hope they do, man. That way we can use it. Anything they use, man, that we can find on that tape, we'll do something with. Maybe. Maybe. That's a huge maybe with Joe Brady. Arizona and Cleveland. I've got Cleveland winning that game. Don't underestimate Cleveland. Teams are going to look at that 3-2 record of Cleveland and say, well, maybe they're not as legitimate as they think they are. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, yeah, they are. Let them play against Arizona. Let's find out how good your team really is, Arizona. You're going to find out this week. You're going to find out real quick how good your team really is. Are we doing with a contender or are we not? We'll see. Raiders and Denver. Raiders put up a sad, small amount of points last week. I don't know about this one. I think Raiders come back and they start doing some work, man, with what they have. We'll see. Dallas and New England. I got Dallas winning that game. 40-something points again. Regardless of that New England defense, they've just been running a train over everybody on offense. There is not a defense out there that can stop that amount of weaponry that Dallas has. And it's a numbers game. That's exactly what it is. They overpower you with the amount of weapons on their offense. It's not that all these weapons are particularly spectacular. You know, save one or two, maybe three of them, but once they use them in combination together, the way they're using them is brilliant. Because you can't stop them all. You know, you shut down two of them, the other three are going to go ham. You shut down three of them, the other two are going to go ham. So what are you going to do? You know? You shut down Ezekiel Elliott, the wide receivers are going to go nuts. You know? Like, how are you going to stop that? No one has presented a legitimate way of stopping that offense yet. They found a loophole, man, and they're taking full advantage of it. In an age where people are struggling on defense to fill all their gaps, you know, all their holes, and fix their defenses. So, give Dallas some respect, man. They've figured out a way to do it. I don't think New England's defense can shut them all down. I think it's going to be much the same as what we encountered with them. It's going to be a closer game than you think, but New England's offense is struggling. So it's going to be a 14 to 17 point win for Dallas. That's what I'm expecting. I could be wrong about that. We'll see. We'll see what Mac Jones has in the tank. I could be wrong. Seattle and Pittsburgh. I've got Seattle in that one. I think Pittsburgh got away with that one win, and then they're going to struggle again. But Seattle's got their own problems. So we'll see what happens. Could be closer than we think it is. Buffalo and Tennessee. I got Buffalo blowing out Tennessee by about 14 points. That's what I'm expecting. Derrick Henry's going to make it close for a little bit, and then Buffalo's going to start taking over. Once you shut down Derrick Henry, that's pretty much all Tennessee has. Save a few weapons for Tannehill, you know? So, that's what I'm expecting to happen. Is there anything else we want to cover? I think we pretty much hit on everything. Let's take a look at that Vikings. I think it would be wise to look at the Vikings box score from last week. Schedule. I think we pretty much hit on all of them that we need to hit on. We're favored 54.4%. Right. So they just beat Detroit 19-17. I think the best I think the best one to focus on would be that game against the Cardinals. I want to see a box score. That's what I want to see. Do you have a box score for this one? Because the box scores give us everything we want. December post game. Let's see if it's in this one. I don't care about the videos. I want the box score. I could care less about the videos and the press conferences. Those do not concern me. Highlights, perhaps. Oh, y'all disappoint me with your website, Vikings. Y'all disappoint me with this. Game day. Game day. That's what we want. It's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, though. But it's 12 p.m. Central. What I want is that Vikings box score from last week, though. Not last week, but against the Cardinals. That'll tell us what we really want to know. I'm having a tough time finding it on their website. That's a little frustrating. Yeah, they don't have it up. All right, well, we pretty much dissected what we could. Like I say, I think the Vikes are going to blitz us to death. I think it's going to be the same thing as we were dealing with the last 2 weeks. Same offensive line troubles we've been having, probably at guard. We'll see if that's a pattern or not. If it is, we'll know for 100% sure those are our cracks. Joe Brady's got to get his head out of the sand. We got to start executing better plays. All right, so goals for this game coming up against the Vikings. Number 1, play with heart. Play with heart. Like we've been playing. You know? Play with heart. And the defense has been doing that. Give them their full credit. They have been doing that. Number 2, Joe Brady's got to get better playbooks. This is garbage. He's got to get better playbooks. Number 3, take advantage of whatever holes we can find and use it to our advantage as best we can. Because once those mistakes are closed up, there's no chance to get them again. So we got to use them on the Vikings defense. Use those advantages where we can. They're very quick with adjustments. It's another team that's quick with adjustments on defense, so we got to take advantage of them where we can in the first half. 4, check downs. Because if the Vikings decide they want to blitz us to death, we got to have check downs. No more of this 3rd and 2 draw play garbage with everybody in the box. No more of that. Check downs. 5, don't beat ourselves with stupid penalties. Do not beat ourselves. And finally, 6, take away the run. Take away Dalvin Cook. Make him pass. Make him beat us through the air. That's what we've been doing. And it's working. Make him beat us through the air. Finally, 7, don't leave this defense on the field too long. Joe Brady, I'm talking to you. Don't leave this defense on the field too long. Or they will get roasted eventually in the 4th. It's going to happen. If you check all those 7 boxes, I think we got a shot. But this is yet again another trap game, defensive trap game, that if we lose this game, we lose our safety net. Don't fall into the trap, Panthers. You're better than this. Start playing like it. Offense. The defense is doing their part. Defense, stay hungry. Never be satisfied. I've been saying it week after week, and I'm going to keep saying it. Because you guys are following that example right now. You're listening. And You're still hungry, man. You're never satisfied. Keep doing what you do. You know? Keep setting those goals, man. Keep setting those goals. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep pushing yourselves, man. I love y'all. Y'all are doing some work right now. And I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all so much right now. It's really a shame the offense is not keeping up. It is. But y'all keep doing what you're doing. I know it's going to be tough. I know it's going to be hard. I know you're not going to want to play for Matt Rule after what he just said. And I don't blame you. But play for Phil Snow. Play for Phil Snow. Phil's hungry, man. He cares about y'all, man. He wants y'all to win. He wants y'all to succeed. Play for Phil Snow. If you don't want to play for Matt, play for Phil. You know? Play for us. Find reasons, you know? You know what I'm saying? If Matt does not motivate you anymore as the head coach, play for everybody else. Play for those people that are having trouble in the hospitals, you know, that are dealing with all kinds of depression, cancer, all this stuff, man. Play for them. Show them your heart, man. Show them your backbone. Show them we ain't just playing just to play this game. You know what I'm saying? We're playing because we really do care. You know, we want this. You know? We want this. And Robbie, man, don't even worry about Joe, man. Joe's gonna do what he does. Just do what you can do. Okay? Do what you can do. Just catch the ball. Whenever you're open, call for it. Do the best that you can do. That's all we can ask of you, buddy. You know, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you, Robbie. You spoke up, man. You did the right thing. You did what you had to do. Just do the best you can out there, man. I ain't asking for 300 yards or none of that garbage, man. Come on, just do what you can do. Whatever that average is. Just do it. You know? Just do it. Like Nike says, man, just do it. You know? Just do it. We got your back, man. We got your back on this one. All my followers and all my subs got your back, man. We ain't throwing you under the bus. It ain't nothing that you didn't deserve, but you know, it's tough love. You know what I mean, dog? It's tough love, dog. We love you here, man. We want you to succeed just as much as you want to succeed. All these players that want to succeed, man, we love you guys just as much as you want to succeed, man. You know, we're as hungry as you are. We want this as much as you do. You know, this ain't just you, guys. Come on. We're all in this together. We're a family. Let's keep fighting for it, man. There's still some games to win. You know, there's still some energy to spend out there, man. You know, and to try to get these wins. 1-0 each week, man. 1-0 each week. Like Matt Rule says. That's the goal. That's the goal. If everybody does what they're supposed to do, 1-0 each week. If we don't get it done, we don't get it done. But we know that we played the best of our abilities. And that's what's important. You know, if you did the best you could out there, we ain't gonna fault you for it. We ain't gonna throw you under the bus. That's not what we do here. We show tough love, but we don't throw people under the bus. You know, if they did well. Just keep fighting, man. Keep fighting. You know, so Matt Rule, please stop covering up for Joe Brady. Please stop. Please stop. We already know. We already know Joe's the problem. Stop covering up for this man. Tired of this. And take Pat with you. Send Pat out there with him to Vegas. I want to do one more thing. I want to do one more thing before we get off this stream tonight. I want to do one more thing. I want to dissect the Joe Brady press conference. That's what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. Oh, we're going to get Phil Snow up in here. Okay. Here we go. We got one by Phil Snow. We got one by Matt. Where's the Joe Brady one? I know I saw it. I know I saw it, bro. I know I saw it. Alright, so maybe it'll pop up. I don't know. Let's get into this Phil Snow one. I want y'all to fully appreciate what we're dealing with here. I want to show y'all the difference. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Joe Brady. Okay. Again, I showed y'all both these press conferences last stream, and I'm going to show them again. The new ones now. I'm going to show y'all exactly the difference between a good, smart, competent coordinator versus what Joe Brady's putting out there. That's what I'm going to show y'all right now. We're going to start with Joe Brady. We're going to finish out with Phil Snow. And then we're going to see if Matt Rule continues to have the same excuses for Joe Brady. And we'll wrap up the stream with that. Alright? Let's go. As soon as it gets set. Alright, y'all, let's go.
Let me ask you, what do you feel like has been the biggest difference in what you all were doing correctly in those first 3 games versus what has happened in the last 2 games?
I mean, the global impact is you turn the ball over. We've had 5 turnovers in the last 2 games.
So your excuse is turnovers. Joe Brady, really? He's got that big old cute grin on his face. And you go sit up here and lie to us again, Mr. Pinocchio. Excuses. So your excuse this time is turnovers. Okay. Come on, Joe.
It's not a recipe for success. And so,
Oh, really? You don't say. You don't say, my boy.
Those first couple games, obviously, we fumbled the one in the opener on the 4th and 1, and then we threw the pick backed up against New Orleans.
No. There is no we. Joe Brady, there is no we. The players did this. Okay? The players did this. You had no hand in that. You called the plays, that's it. You didn't fumble it. The players did. Stop making excuses.
With the exception of the Houston game, we've had a turnover each game, but the last couple games they've been not necessarily crucial elements. Every turnover's crucial, but it's the execution element of it.
those turnovers have been happening because teams have blitzed us continuously. Now, why do you think that is? Because they sense a weakness. They smell blood in the water. They smell blood in the water, Joe, because we have not had check down opportunities. You throw out check down opportunities, they shut those down. So you got to make adjustments. Everybody in stream, say it with me. Adjustments. You don't just go out there and say, oh, well, we're going to try this another check down opportunity out here. We're going to see how that gets shut down. We try that same check down opportunity about 15 times. They've seen it already, bro. They've seen it already. You're not showing them anything new.
And so that's what I think is the biggest difference. And it's not.
You know why the Eagles were so successful during that game? It's because they showed you something new in the second half. They showed the Buccaneers something new in the second half. Neither one of us could adjust. Because those were looks that we had not seen previously on tape. You know what we're not doing? We're showing them exactly what has been on tape. We're showing them what's been on tape since week 1. Adjustments. 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 Anybody learn anything new here? No? No, Joe Brady? No, you haven't learned anything new? Okay. Let's continue.
Not just a one time, it's a multiple times. So it's stopped drives, it's gotten off the field, and it shifts the momentum, towards the other thing. And unfortunately, our defense has made stops, on plays that we have turned it over. But that's the biggest thing. The execution got to cut the turnovers away.
Did he just say unfortunately? Or did he say fortunately? Okay. He said fortunately, all right. So you're going to sit here and tell me that your excuse for not adjusting was because of the turnovers? That's what you're telling me right now? That's the line I'm supposed to buy. That's what I'm supposed to buy right now, right? No. Nope. Not buying it, Joe.
Are there things, or what things can you do to improve the offensive efficiency when you're not getting the line play that you should be getting?
I'll answer that. Adjustments. Adjustments. Anybody? Come on, join in. Join in. Anybody's welcome. Join in. Adjustments. Adjustments. Oh, and checkdowns as well. Gotta have checkdowns. And stop calling draw plays on 3rd and 2 with a loaded box. That's another one.
Well, I don't think it's anything. It's anything like drastic. I think we have to stay. We have to stay.
This man said it's not anything drastic. Come on, man.
Ahead of the chains, both in the run game and the pass game, and when you're playing off schedule, when you're in third and long distances, I don't think for any offense that's a recipe for success. Statistics always tell you if you're in 3rd and 10s, 3rd and 11s, it's not an easy down to convert no matter who you have.
It's not an easy 3rd down to convert no matter who you have. It's not a 3rd down. It's not an easy 3rd down whoever you. Stop lying.
So,
boys, stop lying.
Us just staying on course, staying ahead of the chains, and taking the 4-yard runs, taking the 4-yard completions, and
taking the 4-yard runs, taking the 4-yard completions. Now, why weren't you doing that during blitzes, sir? Why do we not have an option out there to complete these 4-yard completions and 4-yard runs? Why do we not have that? Because somebody's using Madden playbooks. That's why.
When the opportunity is there, obviously, take the shots. But we just got to stay at the chains and execute at a higher level.
Execute at a higher level, he says. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're going to execute at a higher level. Oh, joy. And this man is completely serious when he gave that answer, too. That's the sad part about that.
Next man up mentality, and you got to go with who you got. But I mean, Christian's only been out there for 5.5 games since 20-something since you've been here. How has that just impacted your planning week to week? That you just don't have any had to count on that.
Y'all killing me, man. Y'all killing me. It's Chuba, man. He doesn't have a plan. He just runs them up the middle. It's a draw play. That's just yet another situation where these media people don't do their homework. Do you guys even watch the games? I mean, I know one or two of these guys are ESPN reporters. So I know y'all don't watch these games. See, y'all come in here with these dumb questions like that. Because y'all don't understand this team. Y'all don't understand what we're doing. But the rest of y'all have no excuse. Y'all watch these games. Y'all have to report on it. It's your job. You're getting paid for it. Y'all do research on this stuff. And about 3/4 of y'all actually know what you're doing. And you actually ask very, very competent questions. That are necessary questions that need to be asked. I love how I just paused it on 209 and he just looks shocked that question came to him. He just looks genuinely shocked before he gives his answer. He's just like, I didn't expect this question. Am I getting an Academy Award for this question? If I answer it correctly? Give this man like 5 Academy Awards for his acting skills right now. Because of all the lies right now. Ain't nobody buying it, man. Come on, Joe.
Look, I think it's, I think when you come in after every game, there's always, hey, you don't know if this guy's going to play. You don't know how much this guy's going to be able to go. And so I think it's part of the profession that, we have to be ready for everybody has to be ready, and we have to be ready for certain people not to be down. And, you kind of know it's kind of the understanding that the same 11 week to week is not going to be there. And that's why you got to field a team. So, Christian being there, games he hasn't been there, games he hasn't, it hasn't been anything where it's just like, where you're deflated or anything like that. I have confidence, and like I've said, week to week, I feel like the running backs, when he hasn't been there, going back to last year, have made the most of their opportunities, and so.
By the way, where is your Panthers gear? Every one of these coaches has Panthers gear on. Where's yours? Huh, Joe? Could it be that this man knows he's about to be pushed out the door very, very soon? So he's got no loyalty to us anymore.
So I feel confident when those guys are in there. Obviously, when Christian's out there, he's a difference maker and whatnot. But it doesn't change your mindset and your mentality.
Expected answer.
Spend your whole off season planning to have him, and then don't. Does that change a whole lot?
I do think there is a.
Did he really just ask the same question in a different way? Please fire David Newton. Please. Please. This dude, week in and week out, just asked the same question in a different way after he literally just answered it.
the difference is defenses naturally, are going to play you when 22's back there. That's not anything, at our current running backs. It's Christian McCaffrey is one of the elite players in the NFL. So, I do think there's something to it. But it's nothing where it's just like, oh man, we lost our whole offense because we had one guy. We have enough playmakers on this team that have to do a better job of getting the ball in their hands, and we have to execute at a higher level.
Finally, a competent answer from this man. So you're talking the talk, but why can't you walk the walk?
Robbie says he thought you guys should have had a couple more double moves.
Here we go.
Stretch the field where they were sitting on those comebacks. Was his assessment on the mark?
I'm sorry, what was that last thing you said?
What was it? What was it? What? Stop playing dumb. Stop playing hooky with this question, Joe. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming, bro. Don't play hooky. Don't play hooky, bro. Joe doing what Joe does best. He plays hooky when he gets questions that seriously challenge his mental ability as an offensive coach. You killing me, bro. Come on, man. Don't do this, Joe. Don't do this. Be a man. Grow a spine. Answer the question.
Right.
Well, I think you can, I love, Robbie's extremely smart.
I think he was not expecting that question. Clearly, he was not expecting that. He was not expecting that at all. This man was not expecting it at all. You could tell by the reaction on his face. He was just like, I'm genuinely shocked that you would ask that question. Why would that question even remotely be asked? I have no idea what you're talking about. No. I'm going to play hooky. I'm going to play innocent on this. I'm going to act like I never even knew this question was coming. Come on, Joe. Wake up. Wake up, Joe. This was an obvious question. And it's exactly the right question to ask. And he should have a ready answer for that before that question was even asked.
Smart wide receiver, so he feels things out there, and I love the communication in games when I love it when players communicate with me in games. I think there's a fine line with it, but look, I think you can always turn on the tape and say, hey, you would have loved to make a double move there. You would have loved to do this. Sometimes there's double moves and the guys are playing deep, and you're wishing you would have take it off and whatnot. So I think it's a fine line with that. But
it's a fine line, huh? Fine line whether you keep your job or not. I'm trying to tell you that right now. You're on the hot seat, Joe. You ain't gonna put up with that crap much longer.
No, I think at the end of the day, I think going back to last week, the execution just wasn't at a high level, and so whether we,
Whoa! Did this man just say what I think he did? Did this man just say what I think he just did? Read in between the lines, folks. He just took a shot at Robbie Anderson right there. He just took a shot at Robbie Anderson. Y'all can view it as however you want. But I see it as he took a shot at Robbie Anderson. He said, we did not play at a high level this week. Meaning the entire offense. Now, wait a minute. Slow down. Go look at the stats. The stats tell you everything you need to know. Let me back that up. I want to make sure that's what this man just said. I want to make sure. Because if I did not hear that right, I'm about to be real pissed. Because he just threw everybody under the bus right there. He's about to throw everybody under the bus. Oh, God. Alright, so I had to reply to a family member. I want to hear this again. I want to make sure this is what this man is saying. Before I fly off the handle completely. That's what I heard, man. I don't know what y'all just heard, but I just heard it. Let's listen again. Let's make sure. I don't want to throw nobody under the bus unless I have to. But this man is surely deserving every punch that he gets, man. Every bit of this smoke that he's getting right now.
Moves and the guys are playing deep, and you're wishing you would have take it off and whatnot. So I think it's a fine line with that.
Fine line.
But no, I think at the end of the day, I think going back to last week, the execution just wasn't at a high level, and so
the execution wasn't at a high level. Let's reality check that one. Alright, first of all, we're getting blitzed to Kingdom Come. I don't know what you're expecting out of the execution. When we get blitzed to Kingdom Come, knowing our offensive line is weak. Secondly, okay, if you go back and you look at the wide receivers, and you look at the yardage, that's playing at a high level to me. Everybody's making catches. They're getting it done. DJ's doing what he does. I don't know what else you're expecting with these blitzes coming in. I don't know what else you're expecting. And Sam Darnold is sitting there going, well, Robbie's my safety net. I got to look at him first. Why, bro? Why? Does anybody stop and ask this man why he's looking at Robbie first? You got two other targets, man. Two other targets on the field. Are they covered? Every single time that you get blitzed? Think about it, Sam. Come on, man. But you look at these stats, and you cannot tell me that these guys are not playing at a high level. The only one that didn't get these catches is Robbie. I wonder why. I wonder why. Maybe it's because we're forcing it to him. We're force feeding him the ball just because he asked for it. And he can't handle it because he's in coverage half the time. And you throw it to him. Oh, but yeah, let's keep force feeding him the ball. Let's expect this man to do superhuman things when he's just Robbie. Let's expect him to be Superman where you're putting a strap and a kryptonite to his chest. That's exactly what we're doing. For all the DC fans out there. That's exactly what we're doing. We're killing this man. We're killing this man's production. By not letting him get the double moves. By not letting him get the routes that he wants to get. Come on, man. He's trying to help you. To help himself. You can't at least try to let him do that? But no, you got to throw him under the bus and say, oh, we're not playing at a high level of execution. The whole offense. He just took a shot at his own offense. I don't even believe this.
Whether
continue.
we had a couple more plays, a couple more double moves. I think when the plays were there, we didn't make enough of them, and so
when the plays were there, we didn't make enough of them. No, we're just trying to jam the ball into Robbie Anderson's hands. So basically, twist this any way you want, but I want to twist it towards him taking kind of a shot at Robbie there. That's what I'm seeing. I don't want to see it, but I do. You know, at the same time. I can't help but see it. He's saying, even when those double moves were there, you weren't making those catches. Everybody else was making those catches, but you weren't. Okay. So it's you equate this with you basically equate this with the myth of the alligators in the New York sewers, right? Do you or do you not admit that there were double moves? Do you or do you not admit that there were alligators in the New York sewers? You know what I'm saying? Like that's where we're going with this. Stop lying, Joe. Lying Joe Brady, I'm telling you. Where's Geppetto right now? Where's Geppetto when you need him to get this man under control? Because this man's got a nose the size of an entire tree branch at this point.
But no, I wouldn't say he was wrong with the thought process, especially after the fact.
Oh, so you wouldn't say he's wrong. So you're admitting he's right. So he's kind of playing this game like, maybe there's double moves, maybe there's not double moves. But then Robbie's correct? Wait, what? So when are you going to stop confusing everybody? Joe, you don't even know what's going on, do you? You don't even understand what's actually happening, do you? Boys, stop. Just stop. Just stop. Stop playing games with one of our best wide receivers that we've ever had. Stop. Just stop. Does Robbie know that you're playing games with him right now? Because right now, I think we all pretty much have figured you out. You're like a book. We've read you. We've read you at this point. Just like your offense. We've read you. You're not a Shakespeare book, you know. You're not, you know, you're not a novel. We figured you out, man. You're a kid's book. You're a kid's book. We ain't talking about those amateur teen books. No. We're talking about kids' books. Like I said, you right now. That's how easily we figured you out. And this man's lying more than a 10-year-old when he got in trouble with his mama. This man's lying. Straight up. He's playing games. He's playing games within the game.
The recent issues with pass protection make it hard to do a lot downfield.
Well, I think, again, you have to go into every game with, hey, what's it going to take to...
Well, duh, David Newton. That's not rocket science, bro. Man, don't bring these stupid questions up in your mouth.
Win this game.
Next question.
So every game's different. The DBs are different week to week. The D line's different. Your matchups are different. So you can't just kind of show up on game day, show up on Mondays and say, hey, you know what, we're going to just take this plan and just do it the next week. You have to kind of, and We have to figure out our personnel and go from there and try to see where the matchups are for us. And so a week-to-week basis, it's like, hey, can we protect this? Yes, I feel confident we can protect it. Okay, hey, is their defense, are they taking the top? Are we going to be able to take the top off? Are they forcing you to have to take the underneath throws? So it's not a challenge each week, but it's something that you really have to look into to see, hey, are you putting your players in the best position to have success, both players and as an offense? And so it's just something that we look at each week. And again, it's different because you're playing different defenses. It's not something that like, hey, this is the blueprint of how this one team has played us. It's kind of, hey, week to week, whether you're able to push the ball deep or whether they're taking it, knowing how fast we have, and you're forcing you have to take the underneath throws and make people miss.
Holy cow! An actual decent, respectable answer that you expect from an offensive coordinator. Who knew? Who knew, man? Okay, we can work with this. We can work with this. That's an answer I expect out of an offensive coordinator right there. For that question right there. It's an obvious answer, but it's an answer you expect to hear. Not bad, Joe. Okay. Let's see if you can build on that.
What might you have done differently last week to, I guess, have a better second half or even get a larger lead there in the first half?
Yeah.
Basically, what he's asking is, what could you have done differently, adjustments-wise? Let's see.
I mean, without getting into, again, always the schematics of it, I had to do a better job of getting the offense in a rhythm, and whether that's, again...
Get the offense in rhythm. Can't do much of that when you're running basic plays, that are Madden level. Come on. How are you going to do that? Let's explore this further.
Staying ahead of the chains on the run game or just finding the next completion.
Finding the next completion. Okay. Stay ahead of the chains. Okay.
It felt like, as the game was going, either we got behind the chains or when we were having, when we had a successful run, a penalty brought us back. Or.
All right. So when we were doing well, we were shooting ourselves in the foot. That's what you're saying right now. Okay.
Or, we turned the ball over, and so.
Okay. Turnovers.
I just got to do a better job of putting our players in better position to have success, and we have to execute at a higher level.
Putting the players in the best position and executing at a higher level. We went over this, Joe. We went over this. We executed, all right? We executed the plays that you put out there, and it got us 17 points. We went over this, bro. It ain't execution.
But just getting a rhythm. When
Look at
I think
stats.
we're doing best when we're moving the ball, we're in a rhythm. And we have to do a better job of not having negative plays because it's hard.
Not having negative plays. Okay. Can we just examine that for a second? All right, first of all, the refs did do us dirty with about 4 to 5 different calls during the last 2 weeks that I did not agree with. All right, so erase those. Turn those into positive plays, right? Then we're going to have basic formations, basic plays, get us about 4 to 5 yards of play, right? It's a game management system. Is basically what it is. Let's call it what it is. It's a game management system. So, because we're not throwing it deep, the times that we are, we're just not connecting. So let's call it what it is. It's a game management system. And how many negative plays that we really had? not counting blitzes, not counting the ridiculous flags that should not have been called. How many negative plays have we actually had? Think about that, Joe. Think about that for a moment. Everybody just think about that. So that's not a valid excuse. I'm sorry. That's not a valid excuse. Stop. It's just another excuse. Continue.
When you have a negative play in the drive, it's always hard to rebound with it. And so,
well, no kidding. But we didn't have many negative plays that were legitimate. That's all you, Joe.
That's, I have to do a better job at that.
Joe, it seems like Sam's
Oh, we have to do a better job at. No, you have to do a better job at that.
internal clock through the first 3 weeks seemed particularly sound for the most part. Last 2 weeks, he said he's been holding on to the ball more. What changes with that, and how do you get him out of that habit?
Oh, so that's the excuse we're using. This man's been holding the ball too long. Whenever he gets sacked, it's always, oh, he held the ball too long. No, y'all can't give these defensive ends and defensive tackles credit, or these linebackers credit for their sacks. No, we can't do that. Why would we ever be able to do that? Why? What? For what reason would we ever do that? Come on, man. Y'all never give these players some love. So if we're using that logic, okay. All of Julius Pepper's sacks back in the day were worth nothing because these quarterbacks held the ball too long. That's the logic we're using here. Am I wrong? Come on. When Brian Birds got sacks this year, were these quarterbacks holding the ball too long? Or were these legitimate sacks?
Look, I think it's,
Stop using that.
He just has to just continue to play within the system and just
analytical, man.
Just take the next completion.
Stop doing that.
And I think he understands that mindset, and I think he has a great mentality right now about it. Of hey, if it's there, I'm going to just take it. If it's not there, I'm going to just work.
He's
for the
not
next
holding
one.
the ball too long. I've counted, man.
Feeling the pass rush, he's not feeling that or anything like that. He's not seeing it. So I think
he's not seeing it. He's not aware of it. Now, whose fault do you think that is? Teach him, man. Teach him. It's the NFL. This man should be aware of everything that's going on around. Now, I understand there's some quarterbacks that have no awareness whatsoever. I get that. But if you even got some, teach the man. Work with him. That's what quarterback coaches are for, man. God bless, man. This makes my brain hurt every time I watch these. I lose at least 2 brain cells every time I watch these.
it's just more of him just, hey, take the completion and kind of move on to the next one if it's not there.
Okay. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing. Y'all just refuse to give these pass rushers any credit, man. Y'all refuse to give them any credit. At some point, you got to.
With Chuba, what is he better at now than he was 3 weeks ago?
Finally, a positive question. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that one. Let's go.
I think, especially as a young player, but any player in the NFL, when you get in a rhythm, when you feel like, as a rookie necessarily too, he's showing that he can run the football in the NFL. And I think sometimes it takes a feel of understanding that, hey, that hole that might have been there at Oklahoma State, when you're running it, and that's not a knock in the Big 12, but that hole that I might have had there, I can run through. When the NFL, that closes real fast. And so just seeing and understand of, the margin for error is a lot smaller at this at this level. But it's showing him that, hey, he can run with his pads down. I have vision. I can do those things. And so it's just building upon his confidence. So it's not anything that he's done more of or that he's shown that, hey, he's did this and I didn't think he can do it. It's just more of him just getting more confident because he's getting the reps.
When Christian comes back, does that change the way you think about his role and the role of the running back in general?
Yeah, I think
Christian's not coming back. Next question. Yeah, I'm done with this nonsense. He's not telling us anything we don't already know. You have to have a what's next mentality. That was him a year ago.
Phil,
All right, let's hear a couple of questions from Phil. I ain't going to spend too much time on this because we already know, basically what we're going to hear. I like that. Panthers the brand. Yes, sir. I like that. He's already repping the gear. We ain't got to tell him to rep the gear. He already repping the gear. Look at this dude. That's my man Phil Snow right there, man. I like this dude.
offense is doing anything the last few weeks to kind of neutralize Brian Burns a little more?
Yeah, Brian and I talked about that yesterday. And, the flow of the game and
he's
things
already
that are
ahead of
going,
the game.
He just
Look at
hasn't
this.
had the opportunity like Hassan has, based on formation and backfill set and those type things. So, no, I think, I think his productivity will get better as we go, and I don't know, because I looked into that and watched the tapes, and it's just based on formation what's happened.
Now that's the type of answer you want from a defensive coordinator. That's a coach's answer right there. That's a man that's already ahead of the game. He's already anticipated this question coming in this press conference, already talked to the player, and already addressed it. Looked at the film, attacked every angle of it to see, is there, and I can give a comprehensive answer on this. That is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it's done. That's the difference between Joe Brady and Phil Snow. Need I say more? This man's prepared.
Give him too much away.
Yeah, I mean, they can put a tight end over to his side more. They can, based on the blocking scheme, slow him down where he has responsibilities where he can't go as hard after the quarterback and the ball carrier. So, and those things happened, last week with all the belly read stuff that they did. And he happened to be on that side a lot. So, those types of things have slowed him down a little bit.
So what do you think has been the biggest difference in the last two losses than what you all did right before in the first 3 wins?
Can you ask that again, please?
Sorry. What do you think hasn't gone as well these last 2 losses compared to what you all did well in the first 3?
Well, obviously the Cowboy team is really a good football team, right? So, they had a lot to do with that. And I think last week we just didn't finish the ball game. I think we played well as a team for a long time, and then we just didn't finish. And so that, that led to what happened. So we just got to keep at it. And, you hate to lose a game like that, but hopefully we learn from it and it helps us down the road.
Well answered, Phil Snow. Well answered. He didn't throw anybody under the bus. He didn't make excuses. He just accepted it for what it was. It is what it is. We didn't finish. He's not necessarily talking about the defense. He's talking about the offense not finishing. And that it led to the defense being on the field for too long. He didn't want to say that specifically because that would throw the offense under the bus. I respect that. And he answered respectfully. I love it. Great answer, Joe. Phil. Great answer, Phil. Love it. That's the type of answers I'm looking for right there. And then notice what he says at the end. Hopefully we learn from this and we take this with us going forward. That's a beautiful answer right there. That's a coach's answer right there. Oh, man. I love Phil Snow. Feed me more of this. We still got another 6 minutes to go with this.
Did you use any more linebacker last week, or
Who, Jim?
Jerry?
Yeah, we had, based on with some injuries and stuff, we've had to use Jeremy in different roles, right? And so, and he's
Still waiting for him, though, Phil, to when he really kind of gets it with this, that there's some big play.
You'll see him grow every week, and not only is he playing a different position at safety, and in different packages, it's slightly different this year. So he's growing in the package, and as we go, he'll make more and more plays.
Excellent question.
This Vikings team rushing offense will kind of come at you, sort of like Dallas did.
Yeah, no question. Cook's healthy, and they're going to try to run the football against us. That's how Zim plays anyway, right? They play great defense and special teams, and his games aren't blowout games, right? And they're designed that way. That's how they play, and so. They're going to run the football against us.
Their rushing attack more similar to Dallas, say, than what the Eagles did.
Yes, quite a bit more. Yep.
CJ only played about, I think, 21% of the snaps. Was that a by design thing, a scheme thing, or is he still just getting himself up to speed?
A little bit of both. So he'll get more and more snaps as we go. So it's a combination of both.
Where's the snap counts? Because every time I've looked at the box scores, it's not on there. The percentages of how much percentage these guys have played per game snaps was. I've never seen one of them on any of these box scores. And I'd like to look at those, to be honest. So if anybody from management would please let me know about that and put those on, would be great. Thank you so much.
Taylor stepped up, especially because
so I can analyze
on the outside for a lot of the game.
Yeah, he doesn't the atmosphere and who he's playing against and all that doesn't seem to bother him at all. I said that earlier. I think in camp, JC and him, for rookies, they don't care who they're playing against or how good the guy is. They just go out and play, and they're confident in their abilities. So that's fun to watch as a rookie.
So how important is for you to have a very physical nickel like AJ Bouye? He did a lot of good plays last game, just broken screens. And how important is to have a nickel, that physical nickel?
Really important. AJ, the first, you got to get in playing shape. He was, he didn't play for a while now. He was injured and down. So he's going to get better and better every week. And he's got really good instincts, understands the game, and he made some really nice plays last week. So you'll continue to see that as he goes, and he's getting in better shape. So he's just going to play better every week, I think.
Gilmore, I guess, at least in meeting rooms for a week. What are you learning from him?
Well, first of all, he's a pro. He's no ego. He's come in and fit in right away. Wants to learn what we're doing. He's a real pro, so I think all the guys are enjoying him. So I'm anxious to see, when and how much he can play this year. So it'll be fortunate. I think we'll be fortunate that he's here if he can get on the field for us.
Is there some question, Phil, as to when you might get him?
I don't know what the parameters of that are. I'm not involved in those decisions, so I just don't know yet.
Until you get him, when you look at a guy like Taylor and AJ, are these important evaluations for who's going to be the fifth corner, so to speak, when you do get Gilmore?
Yeah, and and then like AJ could play a lot of different positions for us too, right? So, we'll put the best players on the field. It's a good problem to have when you have all those guys that can run around and cover guys. And like I've said, in 3rd and 6 or less, you're going to be in some type of man-to-man coverage, right? You need cover guys. And that's one of the reasons we've really improved on 3rd down. We've added a few pass rushers, and we're covering better. So, it takes athleticism and good players to win on 3rd down. To rush the passer, it takes a great athlete to cover somebody, and we've upgraded ourselves in those two areas. So that's why we've improved on 3rd down.
That's right.
Matt said something yesterday along the lines of your philosophy is kind of if the other team scores one more point, we didn't play great defense. Is it almost a heavier burden or more of an expectation you feel like on you guys right now?
No, I don't think so. I don't,
Nah.
Coach Zim with Minnesota, him and I were in the Big Sky together, and so I have followed him forever, and he's a defensive guy, and his approach is the same way. Our job is to that they have fewer points than we do. That's our job. It doesn't matter how the game goes, right? And the flip side of that, offensively, they've got to do whatever it takes to score more points. I mean, that's the job, right? We had a lead in the 4th quarter. We have to continue to keep that lead. That's our job. And so so that's a little disappointing that didn't happen at the end of the ball game for us.
What were those Big Sky offenses like back then? What was it like? Who were some of the quarterbacks you were scheming against?
Well, we saw a lot of good quarterbacks, but the head coaches in the league were unbelievable. Mike Price, Chris Alt, Jim Kreiner, Dennis Erickson. I mean, these guys, back in the day, it was funny, I left the Big Sky and went to the Pac-10, and they were just going to win-back sets. Well, we'd been facing them for 5 years. And so that league was way ahead of its time. The coaches, and a lot of those guys became great head coaches at other levels, right? So it was... I think it was great for all of us. I think Zim, if you talk to him, he'd love the Big Sky himself. He was with Mike Price, and so it was really a fun time, and it was the early '80s, so it was really a fun time.
Did you know Zim pretty well back then?
Well, when I say I knew him real well, we back then had a Big Sky golf tournament, and everybody would come every year in the spring. We hosted it in Boise most of the time, so we had a great time. So you got to know a lot of guys, and there's so many guys from those teams in the Big Sky at that time that became head coaches and coached in the NFL, and it was a great time to be a coach at that time.
Okay. He's just so entertaining to listen to. Phil Snow analyzes what Panthers need to do on defense. And then there's a Dante Jackson one too. Personality of Phil Snow. There's no point in doing that. We already know what he's going to say. He loves him. Come on. Derek Brown talks preparing for the Browns and more. Vikings and more. Okay. Update on injuries. Nothing exciting there. I'm going to leave that one alone. I don't want to deal with Joe Brady anymore. I just don't even want to listen to him anymore. It's just disappointing at this point. Chin talks about success of the Panthers defense and adjusting. Okay. What year?
She takes a picture.
What is
and
this?
And in that picture.
Okay. Where did this video come? Like what year? When? September 18th, right? Okay. So that was like way back, right? 2020? Yeah. That's what I figured. Okay. We ain't gonna waste our time on that one then. Oh, was that a Robbie Anderson one? Hold up. Robbie Anderson asked about emotional moment on the sideline. I want to hear this. Here we go.
They are sound defense,
play as a unit and have a lot of experience all around.
He's a soft-spoken guy, isn't he? I respect that.
The last made about you're getting upset on the sideline. Can you talk about what spurred that on and where things are now?
I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I mean, you can consider it getting upset. I mean, for my defense, it's passion, you know what I'm saying? Like, I approach this game and every day, like, you know, giving my all and everything. It's my biggest priority, you know, besides my relationship with God, my family. So, you know, it's passion, you know what I'm saying? People could take it how they want. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, but it's
There's
just more
nothing
so
wrong
a
with being
situation of
passionate,
me,
my
you know,
friend.
being a veteran player and kind of knowing, like, what I can do to help the team is from the team aspect of me wanting to make plays for the team and help the team. So it was just more so me feeling as if being on the field and being out there knowing something I felt I could have did to make a difference in the game and that I was kind of communicating and was just a little passionate about the situation and somewhat frustrated too because, you know, I felt like if I would have kind of like had the opportunity to do something, it could have made a difference in us winning the game. And, you know, that's my biggest concern, like, it's winning.
Facts, man. This man wants to win. Give him the tools he needs to win. Don't bash him for it. Give him the tools he needs. Stop throwing this man under the bus. This man wants to win for us, man. He's got the right mentality. He's got the right attitude. And he communicated in a positive way. Well, not necessarily in a positive way, but in a way that is necessary, you know, with respect to his coach, and said, look, Matt, these are the things that I could be doing to succeed. I see nothing wrong with that. I see nothing wrong with that. Do what you got to do, man. Speak up. This man had the spine and the guts to speak up to Matt Rule and say, look, these are the things I could be doing better, man. What more are you asking of this man? What more do you want from him? Robbie said, look, okay, well, I've seen the stats, seen what I've not been able to do. How do I fix this? He takes a few minutes of his day. He takes some time to review the film. He analyzes it, figures out, oh, okay, double moves, right? Double moves. So he sees where the patterns are not working, and he could be putting in some double moves. And Joe Brady's just like, nah. We're not going to do double moves. And Robbie's just like, okay, that's enough of this. I got to speak up. Because I see I could be using these double moves to do more. And we all know that Joe Brady's not going to do anything. We all know this. So he waits until, like, during the game and has an emotional outburst like that, you know, to make sure that Matt Rule knows, you know, this man is passionate. This man cares. This man wants to win. He wants to use every tool available to succeed. There is nothing wrong with that. Stop putting this man down. Stop shutting him up when he's doing everything right with his response. Stop throwing him under the bus for that. Stop, bro. What more do you want from him? I don't understand. What more are you trying to get out of this man? And my solution was spread the ball out a little bit more. Try to get that ball to somebody like DJ or or somebody that's open, like Royce maybe. Check the ball down in some of those situations where we shouldn't be forcing the ball into Robbie's hands when he's covered. When he's open, absolutely throw it to him. When he's open, throw it to him, man. When you allow him to do these double moves and let him do what he needs to do, he'll be open. You just throw him the ball in those situations when he's open. But when he's covered, don't force it, man. Don't force it. And that's what I feel like Sam is doing right now because he keeps getting blitzed. And why is he getting blitzed? Because these other defenses see raw meat. They smell blood in the water because our O-line is weak. Again. And whose fault is that? Management. I rest my case. It's a domino effect. It's a domino effect. Let this man be. Give him the tools he needs. How often do you see Robbie speak up? Almost never. When he speaks up, you know he's got something important to say. You know he's trying to give you a solution to a problem that you have. It's not hard. Let the man speak. Let him do what he needs to do. Let him do it respectful. And he did. He put it in the most respectful way possible. He requested it. He didn't demand it. He didn't get pissed. He just asked. He got frustrated and he asked. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What happened to treating these players as human beings, man? And again, I'm going to say this with absolute clarity because people are still going to try to do this. It has nothing to do with the color of his skin. This is football. This is football, all right? This man clearly saw an opportunity to succeed. He expressed it. Think of it in the business sense. If you're working for a company and you go and you talk to your manager and you say, "Hey man, look, take a seat in my office, man. Take a seat in my office. Take a breather. What's on your mind? If I'm the boss, I'm all ears. I'm listening." And the guy says, "This is how I think we can improve. This is how I can improve what I'm doing." And I say, "Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what we can do for you." The management is not like, "Oh, well, I'm going to throw you under the bus." No, we ain't doing that. The management is like, "No, we ain't trading you. We ain't doing that." They take it seriously. They listen to him. And they say, "Okay, let's see what we can do about this." And when it's not the player that's the problem, it's clear with the management. Okay? It's clear with the management. Because if the player or the employee, either or, you could use either or here, states their request in a respectful way to their superior or their manager, and that manager doesn't change things, it's on the management. It's on the management to change what they're doing, to allow you to have the tools that you need to succeed. Robbie did exactly what he was supposed to do. Get off his back, man. Stop throwing this man under the bus. I'm tired of hearing everybody say, Robbie's complaining about this or that. Robbie's complaining about this. You ain't never hear this man complain about anything. This is the first time you've ever seen him actually speak up other than press conferences. outside of the Panthers management doors. Am I right or wrong? Come on, man. And when he speaks up, you know he's got something important to say because he's a businessman, he's a professional, he's a good man. Why can't we stop looking at the color of the man's skin and start looking at him as a human being? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this race war and garbage that we try to start, man. No. Look at him as a human being, as a player, as a person. He has opinions, he has thoughts. Respect them. This ain't got nothing to do with race. It never did. Stop trying to create a race war where there isn't one. And if y'all get offended by that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but y'all need to check your attitudes on that stuff, man. Because it's 2021. We can't be having that nonsense up in here, man. We can't be having that. We can't be having that. This man's a human being. Treat him like one. And that's what we did. We gave him an opportunity to speak up. And guess what? Our management treated him like a human being. Our management treated him respectfully. Our management listened to him. And it's on the management to do something, and they didn't do it. So it's on them. It ain't on you, Robbie, man. Take the smoke off this man. Take the smoke off this guy right here. He don't deserve it. He don't deserve none of it. Alright, so I just wanted to hear what he had to say, man. That's all I wanted to know. So I think, if I'm tired of watching Joe Brady lie to us every week and say, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Let's just put these guys out there and just let them do what they do. We'll get a win. Will we, Joe? Is that the attitude you came into LSU with every week? Since when did you lose your hunger to win? Stop lying to yourself and stop lying to us as Panthers fans. We deserve better. Fix the problem. I ain't gonna say no more on Joe. I'm tired of it. I'm off that soapbox. I'm off of it. It's after midnight, man. I'm about to get off this stream, man. Thank you guys so much. I don't think there's anything else left to cover unless somebody wants to bring up a player or has a question. Y'all got a player or a question? I'll give y'all a minute. Because I know Kenny's in chat right now. What's up, man? How you doing, man? Alright. You ain't got any questions? Alright. That being the case, again, you know the 10 things that we got to do to win. You heard them earlier before the press conferences. Stay hungry. Stay focused. Don't fall into that trap. Let's play like we normally play on defense. Do what we've been doing. And fix the problems that we have. And Joe, you better wake up. We got another 2/3 of this season to go. You better wake up. Because you keep coming to every game with that attitude, we're going to lose more games than we win. Just like we did last year. You better wake up. Or you're going to find yourself out of a job. But you know what we keep doing every week? We keep pounding. Because that's who we are. We keep pounding, and we ain't never gonna stop pounding, man. We ain't never gonna stop. That's who we are. That's what we do. We keep pounding for the people that need us to keep pounding for them. We're a family. Take care of each other. Be there for each other. Love each other. Respect each other. It's a way of life. So let's keep doing it. And I'll see y'all in the next stream, man. Because I believe in y'all, man. Let's take care of each other. Keep pounding, guys. Hey, shout out to, before I kick up these beats, man. Michael Smith, Sean, Torian, Will Weber, Paul, Derek, Josh Hart, Shanika, how you doing? Appreciate you for coming in. My man Kenny, that's been on stream a few times. We're going to have him in during the week 9 against the Patriots. So he can give kind of his take on things that are going on with the Patriots game. You know, pregame and postgame. One of the two we're going to have him in, if not both. So probably pregame. We'll see. We'll see what we can do for him to get him in here. But that's week 9 though. I'm just giving y'all a little preview. Since he's a Patriots fan, I want him in. So shout out to Football Connor. Shout out to Christopher, who is heavily in my chat today. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to all the subs and all the followers that are checking out the stream on VOD. Appreciate all of y'all, man, for sticking around. And y'all know what this channel is, man. We're real here. We're real. We're a family. We love each other. And, you know, hey, shout out to LD, who's working those big shifts today, man. Shout out to my man right there. Making that big bank money. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. And shout out to my man, shout out to my guy, David in Kesha. You know, love this guy. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here for the stream, but he's busy working as well. You know, making them big boy hours, making that cash. So appreciate y'all, man, being in the chat every week. But hey, like I said, if you were new here, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. If you are new on the Facebook page, keep pounding in all caps. Go check that out. If you haven't already, if you're a sub here, if you're new here, go check it out. Hit that like button, hit that follow button one time, man. It's free. It's totally free. Everything we're doing here is free on both. You know, I'm not going to do that to you, man. I'm not going to solicit money from anybody, man. That's not who I am. We do things for free because I love this team that much that I'm willing to put in all this work, man. And I appreciate y'all, man. From the bottom of my heart, man. Nothing but love. Nothing but love. What you see is what you get. I'm real. Real emotions, real everything. I bring it every time I come on the stream, man. I put 110% into everything I do. And it shows. It shows, man. Real emotions. I don't hide nothing. You know? So, I appreciate y'all, man. Keep pounding for real. We gonna see y'all in the next stream. See y'all at halftime. Vikings, Panthers. Tomorrow. 1 p.m. Let's do this. Keep pounding.